Ça, c'est
Ah, ok.
du coup là, on m'entend? Ok, très bien.
Investor of France not coming.
Joining virtually.
Acha, okay. French ambassador joining virtually.
Okay. No, so it's simple.
Good morning. Yes, on behalf of nice meeting you. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Hard with you. Yes. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you. We just come back from Russia for work. Had meeting at the highest possible level. So, very, very interesting.
A very good morning to everybody. Before we begin today's proceedings, may I please request everyone to please keep their mobile phones on mute. For those of us joining online, please do keep your audio on mute. I'd just like to say before we begin today's proceedings, a very gracious thank you to each and everyone from near and far who's taken the time to join us today. May I now request the Director General USI to please begin today's proceedings.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of USI and Ambassador Vijay Thakur, Director General, Indian Council of World Affairs, I extend a very hearty welcome to His Excellency from France, Ambassador of France to India, to His Excellency Ambassador of Belgium to India, Her Excellency Deputy High Commissioner of UK to India, other eminent historians, scholars from India, Belgium, France, Netherlands, and the participants. We are honored to organize this event. USI is India's oldest think tank, established in 1870, and ICWA is India's oldest think tank dealing with diplomacy, established in 1943. And it's really a great association that we've been able to bring war and diplomacy together. And it is in that connection that we are organizing this as one of the events. Special thanks also to General Anil Chauhan, the Chief of Defense Staff, who would be joining us during the later part of the day for the valedictory address. In fact, I need hardly say that war and diplomacy go hand in hand. Diplomacy precedes war. It runs concurrently during the course of military campaign, and it keeps following up with the war conflict termination. So therefore, the title of the subject is very, very suitable, and particularly, going back to the participation of Indian troops in France and particularly in Flanders is extremely instructive and relevant to the very topic. I also would like to place my special thanks to Squadron Leader Rana Chinna, who is Director of Center for Military History and Conflict Studies, his team, and team from the ICWA to having conceptualized, coordinated, and now conducting this event. Now, role of Indian soldiers in the two great wars needs no emphasis. In fact, it was due to their contribution and their participation that the whole tide of the war changed. for better peace and global security. And in the First World War, there were nearly 1.3 million Indian soldiers who participated, and we had about 74,000 casualties. They fought in Europe, Arabian Peninsula, African continent, West Asia, Russia, and China. Likewise, in the Second World War, the total participation of Indian troops was about 2.5 million, and there were 87,000 casualties. And they fought against the Japanese, Italians, and Germans. Now, the question arises that why did Indian soldiers participate in this great war? And it needs to be remembered that they were a volunteer force. Nobody coerced them to go to that war. They were volunteers and they were endowed with the ethos of soldiering with faith, which was in what we call is namak, nishan, and naam. That means it's your loyalty, your name, and the flag for which you fight. And it was also the spirit of izzat and iqbal. Izzat is honor and dignity, and iqbal is to bring good luck, good fortune. And that's precisely what they did. And this participation of the supreme sacrifice is still vividly, displayed in our units and regiments in terms of, the gallantry awards these soldiers they won and the battle honors which they won. Now, in the First World War, as an act of recognition, the first monument was created in Nova Shafila, and this was in 1927. And during his visit to France in 2015, our Prime Minister, when he presented the statue of a Garhwali soldier in silver to the locals there, he wrote in the visitor's book, either being slain, you will attain bravery, you will go to heaven, attain heavenly work. By gaining victory, you will enjoy the rich of your contribution. And this is exactly what Indian Armed Forces are all about. Subsequently, USI and Ministry of External Affairs, we have undertaken a number of projects on conflict and diplomacy since 2015. We created a monument, a memorial in what you call as Gisla in France, where the land was donated by the locals, and then MEA, MOD, and USI, they put their heads and shoulders together, and we were able to create this memorial there, which was inaugurated by our Vice President in 2018. Subsequently, because of our participation in the First World War, India was a signatory, even though that time we were a dominion, were a signatory to the Treaty of Versailles, and that is in 1999. And that led to the way of our becoming the first, one of the founder members of League of Nations. And subsequently, when UN was raised, we are today the number 2 contributors to the United Nations. And this all is in a continuum, the participation of Indian soldiers for global peace and stability. Now, last year, USI and ICWA, we did a major event and a book, that was the Battle of Gallipoli. And this is second such event. Concurrently, we're also writing a book on participation of Indian peacekeepers and other diplomats and policemen in the UN peacekeeping operations in different parts of the world. USI is also being consulted for creating different memorials and monuments. There are a number of countries who have evinced interest. They are ready to give us land, and they want Indian memorials to be constructed there. and that's a work in progress. We also been organizing mobile exhibitions for our missions abroad to showcase or to tell rest of the world that what was the participation of Indian troops in these great wars. So with all this, I just want to say that we have a very nicely stitched together program for the day, and we have some of the best speakers from different parts of the world, including India, and we hope that we will have a very, very enlightening discussion during the day, which would be among knowledge, learning and knowledge needs. It will also be an act of tribute to our fallen soldiers and the others who, made sacrifices and who made a great contribution to the cause of peace, global peace and security. Thank you very much.
May I now request Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, Director General, Indian Council of World Affairs, to please deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, General Sharma, and good morning to all present here to this international conference on the diplomatic dimensions of military history, Indian armed forces in France and Flanders during World War I and World War II. This conference has been organized jointly by the Indian Council of World Affairs, which, as General Sharma mentioned, is the oldest foreign policy think tank of India and an institution of national importance. And our partner is USI, which is the oldest military think tank of India. Our partnership, ICWA USI partnership, has been active, and we have organized a number of events about which General Sharma spoke about. I want to take this opportunity to warmly welcome His Excellency Emmanuel Lenian, Ambassador of France to India, who's joined us virtually, I'm told. His Excellency Mr. Didier van der Helst, Ambassador of Belgium to India. Her Excellency Christina Scott, Deputy High Commissioner of UK in India, all the eminent speakers and participants. General Sharma has, of course, spoken in detail about the wars, but I will put it in a slightly different perspective as how you see it evolving and what were the developments that took place during the war, whether it was in the Indian political scene and subsequently what happened as part of a post-World War II order. So, well, in both the 1914 to 1918 World War I and the 1939 to 1945 World War II, without the contribution of millions of Indian soldiers, the Allied victories would not have been possible. The history of the world wars, and indeed the world, would have been very different. This conference will revisit the commendable role of Indian soldiers who fought in the two world wars. It is also an opportunity to reflect and assess the contribution of India to the establishment of the post-World War II order. By the end of the First World War I in 1918, over 1.3 million Indians had served overseas with 74,000 casualties. Our soldiers fought from Central Asia to East Asia, from the deserts of Mesopotamia to the Western fronts. And according to the Commonwealth Graves Commission, about 138,000 soldiers out of the 1.3 million from India were in Europe during First World War. Most of these soldiers were deployed in Ypres, in Flanders, in Belgium, and at Neuve-Chapelle in France during the period 1914-1915. A large number of them lost their lives in the campaign to halt the German advance. Indian soldiers had arrived in Europe at a critical period of the war, and despite serious limitations in terms of equipment and lack of training as compared to the European soldiers, they were not only able to hold their section of the line, but also proved their valor and capability. The supreme sacrifice of the Indian soldiers in Europe is recorded in the World War I Memorial in continental Europe. In 2002, at the request of the Government of India, an Indian memorial was erected at the lawn south of Menyon Gate in Ypres, Belgium. Memorial for Indian soldiers has also been erected at Val-d'Isère in France. In fact, it was our then Vice President, Sri Venkaiah Naidu, who in November 2019 inaugurated this memorial, which was constructed on the land donated by the French government. This national memorial for Indian soldiers who laid their lives in France during World War I features the Ashoka emblem, and we are proud of it. There is also the Indian Memorial in the Neuchâtel in France and at the Chhatri Memorial on the Brighton Downs in the United Kingdoms. The India Gate Memorial in New Delhi is a memorial to the Indian soldiers who died in First World War, and the National War Memorial in New Delhi commemorates and represents the gratitude of independent India to its armed forces. The First World War, was a catalyst for social, military, and political change within India, and it accelerated India's freedom movement and demand towards complete independence. One of the military outcomes of the war was the admission of Indian citizens into the commissioned ranks of the army, which had previously been denied to them. This was an acknowledgement in a manner of their bravery and their soldiermanship. On the diplomatic front, after the war, even though India was not independent, it participated in the peace conference in Versailles and signed the Treaty of Versailles in 1919 and became an original member of the League of Nations, which lasted for about 30 years before collapsing on the onset of the Second World War. That was the start of India becoming a part of the multilateral structures, and that was a century ago. The Indian Army in the Second World War expanded to over 2.5 million, making it the largest voluntary force during the war. On top of this, in addition to the 2.5 who participated in the war, there was another 14 million Indian manpower who worked around the clock to keep the war factories and farms running. Indian divisions saw action in every theater of World War II, from France and Italy in Europe to East Africa, whether it was in Eritrea, Sudan, to North Africa and the Western deserts, which include Egypt, Libya, Tunisia. They fought in the Middle East, in the jungles of Burma, in Malaysia, as well as in Singapore, Hong Kong, in Southeast Asia. 30 Victoria Crosses that the Indian soldiers won during World War II stand testimony to the valor of the Indian Army and the extraordinary devotion to duty. It was during the Second World War, that the Indian National Army, popularly known as the Azad Hind Force, was formed, and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose took its command in 1943 in Singapore, and I served there as the High Commissioner of Singapore, and it was a matter of pride to serve there. Netaji announced from Singapore the formation of India's independent provisional government of Azad Hind on 21 October 1943. INA's role in India's freedom struggle is an important part of India's freedom movement, and Netaji remains an inspiration to generations. In 1945, when the conference to establish the United Nations organizations were held in San Francisco, India participated and signed the charter, becoming a founder member of the United Nations. Earlier, India had participated in the negotiations that led to the establishment of the IMF and the World Bank in July 1944, becoming a founder member of these multilateral institutions as well. Since its independence, India has been a strong advocate of multilateralism, actively participating in multilateral forums on issues ranging from decolonization to the development agenda, global trade, climate change, maritime security. In all these issues and more, India has played a constructive role in shaping the global narrative at all these platforms. In peacekeeping, since the inception of the first UN peacekeeping operations in 1948, India has been one of the largest, oldest and the most active contributor. Since 1948, India has cumulatively contributed over 260,000 troops in 49 out of the 71 UN peacekeeping missions. We deployed not only troops, but our deployment was multifaceted, and it included troops, police, and civilian personnel. India has also provided equipment, which includes helicopters, logistical support, and medical teams to UN peacekeeping operations. Indian police officers have been deployed to maintain law and order in conflict zones. In 2007, India became the first country to deploy an all-women contingent to a UN peacekeeping mission. India has earned the reputation of a reliable and effective peacekeeper. With its long experience in peacekeeping, India sees the need for peacekeeping reforms to make the UN missions more effective and efficient to achieve their objectives. The Security Council mandates to the UN peacekeeping operations need to be rooted in ground realities and correlated with resources provided to peacekeeping operations. For this, it is critical that troop contributing countries should be fully involved at all stages and in all aspects of mission planning. After 7 decades on, the multilateral institutions that were established in the 1940s, whether the UN and the Bretton Woods Institution, they are being challenged today. This has become evident in recent years during COVID-19 and the crisis in Ukraine. It is the world is no longer what it was, yet these institutions have remained frozen in time in terms of composition and structure. In 1945, when the UN was established, it had 53 members, and today we are 193 members at the United Nations. One of the main objectives at the time of establishment of the UN was to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Many new global challenges have been added and emerged in the last 7 decades, whether it is terrorism, radicalism, pandemics, threats from new and emerging technologies, disruptive role of non-state actors, and intensifying geopolitical competition. This agenda calls for a more effective decision-making by global institutions. It will not be possible to resolve the 21st century challenges with a system designed for 20th century problems. Multilateralism needs to be fit for purpose, and it needs to be constantly looked at and reformed. It is for this reason that India has constantly called for the reformed multilateralism. With its idea of reformed multilateralism, India hopes to instill new life into global institutions that are in need for institutional strength and structural changes. Reforms will be important for the relevance and effectiveness of multilateral bodies, whether it is the UN, the World Trade Organization, International Monetary Fund, and World Bank. The global development architecture would require intense efforts to enhance coherence and consistency of the international monetary, financial, and trading systems. This would be critical to ensure sustainable development, including strong, sustained, balanced, inclusive, and equitable economic growth. India has been advocating a global economic structure that is more representative, with greater representation of developing countries in decision-making bodies of the World Bank and the IMF. In the context of the United Nations, it is India's belief that no reform of the United Nations will be complete without the expansion of the membership of the UN Security Council in both the non-permanent and permanent categories. By any objective criteria, such as population, territorial size, GDP, economic potential, civilizational legacy, cultural diversity, political system, and past and ongoing contributions to the activities of the United Nations, India is eminently qualified to be a permanent member of the UN Security Council. India has affirmed its willingness and capacity to shoulder the responsibilities of permanent membership. As a nation that is poised to be a great power with the will and capacity to contribute to the world, India positions itself in the emerging international order with its guiding philosophy, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, and this highlights India's resolve to contribute to to international peace, and stability, even as it progresses nationally. I have spoken this because as all these issues, because as General Sharma had mentioned, diplomacy is work in progress. And as we look at conflicts, the need for diplomacy arises actually before the conflict. And so you need to start looking at diplomacy at every stage of the evolution of situations around the world. So therefore, whether it is war or whether it is peace, it is diplomacy that should get the first place in terms of international issues. And I'm sure that this conference, which provides a platform for more nuanced perspective on wars, it will look at the contribution of Indian soldiers. It will also discuss not only the military aspects, but also the diplomatic and the political dimensions that shape goals and strategies. We have very eminent speakers, and we look forward to hearing their views. We have Dr. Dominique Dendewan from Belgium, Mr. Louis Tessedos, and Mr. Jerome Junska-Cuiv, both of whom will be speaking here, but also are teaching their students about the contribution of Indian soldiers and India to the freedom during the world wars. We have Ambassador Ashok Mukherjee, Dr. Vaneet Thakur. We have also the very eminent Dr. Guy Bowman and Dr. George Hay. And finally, for the valedictory, I think we are honored by the presence of General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defensive Staff of the Indian Armed Forces. So we look forward to a very productive conference, and I'm sure that we'll hear a lot of views, and we will all gain new insights and understanding of the wars and of the future of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I now request His Excellency, the Ambassador of Belgium to India, to please deliver his remarks.
Excellencies, dear Director Generals of ICWA and USI, esteemed professors, scholars, academics, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a pleasure and honor for me to be present today at this international conference on the invitation of the United Service Institution and the Indian Council of World Affairs. And I'm also very happy that my fellow citizen, Dr. Dominique Dendewan, historian and researcher from the in Flanders Fields Museum in Ypres, is present with us here today. The sacrifice of Indian soldiers in Flanders Fields is a major aspect of our shared history that we must continue to commemorate and honor. During the First World War, thousands of Indians lost their lives on the Western Front, many of them on Belgian soil. Names of those valiant soldiers are inscribed on the Menin Gate Memorial in the city of Ypres. And still today, the people of Belgium continue to pay daily tribute to their memory in a solemn last post ceremony. Since 2011, another monument in Ypres on the grounds of the Menin Gate commemorates specifically the Indians who fought for our freedom. It's the Indian Forces Memorial. These soldiers are not forgotten. We have the Menin Gate, India has the India Gate, which has become a beacon for the nation honoring the lost lives of so many Indian soldiers. Apart from fighting and dying for Belgium's and Europe's freedom, the Indian contribution during World War I on the Western Front holds multiple dimensions, including diplomatically. First, as has been mentioned, the war served as both an engine and catalyst for social and political change in India. For its contribution to the war effort, India gained independent representation at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, which established India's presence in the international arena As a signatory of the Treaty of Versailles, India was granted entry to the League of Nations and later a founding member of the United Nations. Second, and maybe less mentioned or less known, during the Second Battle of Ypres, Indian soldiers were subject to the first mass use of chemical weapons in a situation of war. The terrible losses and injuries inflicted by such weapons led to a shared belief on the necessity to prohibit the use of chemical weapons, which finally resulted in the creation of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, just over a year ago, nobody would have believed that we would hold a conference like this, like the one today, against the backdrop of an armed conflict in Europe. Yet, a war is raging again on European soil. One wonders if we have had enough conferences like the one today, reminding us of the horrors of war. As we will be talking about the diplomatic dimensions of military history, as this conference is titled, let's hope these dimensions, or rather lessons, will guide us in trying to avoid the worst outcome when diplomacy fails. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the first time that the Embassy of Belgium associates with United Service Institution. In 2017, we worked together on a project in collaboration with the Indian Army and the In Flanders Fields Museum in Ypres. Through publication and an exhibition entitled India in Flanders Fields, the project marked 70 years of bilateral relations between India and Belgium and further cemented the historical ties that have existed between the two countries to keep this part of our common history alive. The book and the exhibition were released and inaugurated respectively by Their Majesties the King and the Queen of the Belgians during their state visit to India in 2017. Last year, our two countries celebrated the 75th anniversary of our diplomatic relations. Belgium was among the first countries to recognize independent India by establishing an embassy in September 1947. And my predecessor at that time, Prince Eugène de Ligne, was the first ambassador to present his credentials to the then president. Today, relations between our two countries rely on strong foundations rooted in this long history. India and Belgium are two vibrant, democratic, pluralistic, and open societies with many shared values. And as an ambassador recently arrived in India, my priority is to reinforce our bilateral engagement on a political level and to further develop and diversify our trade and commercial ties. These also go back long to the establishing in the beginning of the 18th century of a commercial counter along the Hooghly River in West Bengal by the Company of Ostend. But that is a history for another conference. Let me conclude by expressing my deepest gratitude to the United Service Institution and the Indian Council on World Affairs for their kind invitation and for the organization of this conference. I would like to thank also specifically Squadron Leader Rana Sheena, who over the years have been incredible support to the embassy and whose engagement to keep the memory alive of this important part of our shared history is of immense value. Thank you very much and have an interesting day.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Her Excellency, Deputy High Commissioner of the UK to India, to please deliver her remarks.
Your Excellencies, Directors General, distinguished guests, good morning, everybody. High on the South Downs, which is an area of outstanding natural beauty in the south of England, stands a chaptree and a memorial. It was established there to commemorate 53 Indian soldiers. Like hundreds of others who were fighting so far away from home in Europe in the First World War, After being wounded, they were brought to the south of England, to Brighton, and were cared for in the Royal Pavilion and other medical facilities. And the chantry stands there because that was where they were cremated according to their faith. And in London, at Hyde Park Corner, we too have gates. We have the Commonwealth Memorial Gates. They were inaugurated by Her Majesty the Queen in 2002, and they stand in memory of the 5 million volunteers from the Indian subcontinent, from Africa, and from the Caribbean, who fought with Britain in the 2 world wars. Both monuments are attempts, however inadequate, to commemorate the extraordinary debt of gratitude the United Kingdom owes those, without whom the Allied victories would not have happened. But you don't need to travel to the United Kingdom. I think one of the most beautiful places in Delhi is just up the road at the Delhi War Cemetery. There lie the graves of 1,154 service personnel, the majority Indian and British, but also from 5 other countries. And outside the war cemetery is the 1939 to 1945 war memorial. There are no names on the memorial, but there is a book there, a roll of honor in Hindi and in Urdu, which lists the names of 25,000 service personnel of the forces of undivided India who died during the World War II. So let me just start really then by thanking the United Service Institution of India and the Indian Council for World Affairs for providing us all with an opportunity today to commemorate the military and diplomatic significance of the contributions of those many thousands, indeed millions, of Indian servicemen, and to reflect on what that means for us now in the world. The United Service Institution has been at the forefront of national level commemorative projects, and at the British High Commission we are very grateful for our joint collaboration for the International India and the Great War Centenary Commemoration Programme. Indeed, it was good to see some of the posters and materials on display outside, and I would encourage you to take a look. You've heard the big picture already from our distinguished speakers. And so for me, sometimes some of the best stories of the contribution come to life when we talk about individual stories. So let me tell you 2. Ambassador Singh mentioned that there had been 13 Victoria Crosses awarded to Indian service men during the 2 wars. One of the first was awarded on the 25th, following the 25th September 1915 in Fauquissin, France. 26-year-old rifleman Kulber Thapar, having been wounded himself, found a wounded soldier of the 2nd Leicestershire Regiment behind the first-line German trench. Although he was urged to save himself, he stayed with the wounded man all night and all day. Early the next day, in misty weather, he took him through German wire, within distance from the Germans, and leaving him in a place of comparative safety, returned and brought back 2 wounded Gurkhas, one after the other. He then went back and in broad daylight fetched a British soldier, carrying him most of the way under enemy fire. Such an incredible act of faith and courage had by now attracted a good deal of attention. And when he emerged from his trench for the 3rd time with one more wounded soldier over his shoulder, the German soldiers actually clapped their hands to encourage him on. Only this time he walked right across no man's land back to his own side. The German High Command wrote a citation offering to honor the anonymous Gurkha. And when the story reached London by words of mouth, His Majesty King George V expressed a desire to meet him and personally decorated him with Britain's highest military honor, the Victoria Cross. Or perhaps I could tell you the story of Rifleman Gabbar Singh Negi. During the Battle of Neuve Chapelle, the 2nd Battalion of the 39th Garhwal Rifles fought with unprecedented valor and gallantry. They captured 4 successive lines of German trenches under intense enemy shelling. During the assault, Rifleman Gabbar Singh Negi displayed great bravery during the attack on German possessions. He was one of the bayonet party accompanying the bombers and was the first man to go around each traverse in face of fierce resistance by the enemy, of who he killed several. And when the commander of his party was killed, he took command and carried on, driving back the enemy until they surrendered. He was killed during the engagement fighting and awarded his Victorious Cross posthumously. These are extraordinary stories, but they are, of course, just some of the many thousands of Indians who were formally honored at the time, and just a drop in the ocean of the debt of gratitude we should be extending to every one of those millions of Indian soldiers whose contributions to the Allied war effort helped to shape global history. And as Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh so clearly has set out for us today, as a result of these contributions, India was included in the delegation to the Paris Peace Conference and became a signatory to the Treaty of Versailles. The treaty, of course, which established the first multilateral intergovernmental organization, the League of Nations, with India as a founder member. And India's contribution to the creation of the multilateral system over a century ago, its contribution since then to the cause of peace under the UN flag, its membership of almost all multilateral organizations, indeed its presidency of the G20 at the moment. Together, these demonstrate India's major role in the development of peace and prosperity across the globe, a role that endures to this day, and it is a role that will and must continue to grow in the century ahead. Indeed, that is why the United Kingdom last month, in its integrated review, refreshed its national security strategy, committed to supporting UN Security Council reforms, including a permanent seat on the Security Council for India. So friends, as we all recognize, without the participation of the Indian Army in both world wars, the history of the war and the world would have been very different. The comradeship forged between fighting troops on the battlefields of France and Flanders is reflected today in our acknowledgement of this shared history and heritage. We must pay tribute to the valor, to the sacrifice, and the crucial contributions of Rifleman Kulbir Thapa, Rifleman Gabbar Singh Negi, and all those others who served in the international endeavor. Their contribution has shaped the world that we live in today, given us the framework in which we must take forward our diplomacy so that we can avoid war in the future. And their contribution must never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Unfortunately, the Ambassador of France to India has been unable to join us in person, but he will be delivering his remarks online. May I now request His Excellency, the Ambassador of France to India, to please deliver his remarks. So, may I now request His Excellency, the Ambassador of France to India, to please deliver his remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be with you and to attend this conference. It's a great initiative. We all want to remember the efforts by Indian soldiers during World War I, which was truly admirable, and we know that among the roughly 1.3 million Indian soldiers who volunteered to fight along the front line at that time, more than 74,000 of them perished, and among them a great many did in France and alongside the Allied forces. And during World War II, it was more than that. It was 2.5 million Indian soldiers who were involved in the war effort. And my country is very grateful because many of them participated actively in the liberation of France. I want also to commend this initiative and to thank the French teachers and students for their remarkable work and for helping us to acknowledge the engagement of Indian forces. And let me particularly thank Mr. Louis Tessedou and his 14 students, and they came all the way to France, and I'm from a city called Amiens, a bit north in France, and I'm delighted that I will have the opportunity to meet with them later in today and this afternoon, actually. And they did a remarkable job studying the World War I and the participation of Indian forces in the conflict. It's really a matter of pride to see all of them today. And in addition, I'd like to thank Mr. Jérôme Jantusewicz for his research. And I know that he's going to deliver later a speech today, and I'm sure it will be very enlightening about the Indian Labour Corps and its role in Eastern France between 1917 and 1919. It's very important what you're doing today. I feel this is a duty of remembrance, which is really part of the duty, but also that's a strong foundation for the partnership between India and my country. And we don't want to forget about the bravery of Indian soldiers who died on our battlefields during World War I. For a war which was very far from their homeland, and we don't want to forget. I mean, it's very important, and I'm very happy to know that thanks to the support of the Indian government, a memorial was erected in 2018 in the north of France, in a city called Villers-Guilin. This monument is a very tangible element of what happens in the fields of near Cambrai, in the trenches, and it will help and allow people in our century, in the 21st century, to pause and to reflect on the courageous action of Indian forces in France. Finally, let me thank USI team for organizing the conference, and without any doubt, it will be very instructive, and it's very necessary and very timely to honor, to remember the sacrifice that needs to be remembered. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very good conference today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request everyone to please join us for a cup of tea in the pavilion. Our first session of the day will begin in this room.
Mahesh? Mahesh? कौन है इधर? Mahesh? No, अभी मेरे को चाह लेना with break है ठीक है
I like Stephen Sims. I used to work with him when he was treasury.
Yes, exactly. Yes, he's stepping right here. So please convey my regards. I was in Delhi. And sometimes I correspond with Alex. Nice that you all the writing who are in the
Oh,
हाँ जी
स्टूडेंट को बता दिया था मैंने 12-1 के बीच में आ जाना।
ओके हाँ गुड मॉर्निंग। पूछो मत यार, अभी मैं एक वेबिनार में अटेंड कर रहा था, अभी चाय ब्रेक टी ब्रेक चल रहा है।
না না জিপি স্যার ফোন করছিল।
वहां पर भी चाय ब्रेक चल रहा है। अच्छा उसको बता दिया करेगा। ओके और
गया वो भी गया। ये तो मैंने आपको मंगा लिया, तो आपने बोला ना इमरजेंसी चाहिए। नहीं तो मैं तो आपको इस महीने नहीं देता।
हाँ
इस महीने नहीं देना।
हाँ
क्यों? कारण था बच्चों की फीस जमा करी दोनों की।
अच्छा
बिजली का बिल, अभी बिजली का बिल रह गया हमारा, इसलिए मैं अगले महीने सोचा लगता है। ठीक है, तो अभी आएगा गोविंद को दिलवा दूंगा।
अभी 170 रह गया
हाँ
है ना।
आप लिखते रहो काम में।
हाँ मैं लिख Hello. Good morning, sir. How are you? Or ma'am? That's wonderful, sir. Wonderful. Sir, आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट है मेरा ये मतलब कि एनिमल हस्बेंड्री कमिश्नर एज वेल एज बीसीआई प्रेसिडेंट ये दोनों मेरे को बोल रहे हैं कि एटलीस्ट you suggest us 9-10 people whom we should invite for the World Veteran Day on 29th of April. तो मैंने बोला कि आप लोगों का इतना बड़ा एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, यू इनवाइट, तो बोलते हैं नहीं नहीं आप बताइए किन किन को, हम तो कर ही रहे हैं जो हमारे नॉलेज में, लेकिन आप भी बताइए। तो एक तो सर मैं आप ही का नाम भेज रहा हूँ सर, और दूसरा ये जनरल बाला का मैं क्या उनसे एक बार बात करूं, बिकॉज आई डोंट नो वेदर विल बी फीलिंग गुड, क्योंकि व्हील चेयर में भी आते हैं ना सर वो। और अच्छा अच्छा, और सर हाँ हाँ हाँ, अनिल, हाँ सर वो भी मैंने सोच रखा है सर सर, और सर पर्टिकुलर ये बाकी जो है ना सर इधर जो नोएडा में है, लाइक जनरल ठकराल वगैरह, मेरे को नहीं लगता है कि दैट कीन, क्योंकि हमारे उसमें भी पिछले बार भी नहीं आया, उससे पहले भी हमने इनवाइट किया था, सिर्फ एक में वो आए थे जिस बार जनरल बाला सुब्रमण्यम को वो मिल रहा था लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड।
Fantastic, fantastic. Yeah. So it's so important that younger generation in France and in here realize that there's a commonality and there's something that binds us together in the past and going into the future. Thank you. Thank you.
General Sharma is looking. Welcome back, everyone. May I please have your attention? Okay, thank you. Before Dr. Dendoven starts his session today, our former chairman of our Board of Management, Major General Ian Cardozo, would like to say a few words. May I please request him to deliver his brief remarks?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to address all of you today. As a stranger who has fought 3 wars, I would like to say a few words on the issue of how we as soldiers look at war. Wars are not to be glamorized. Even though it was lived in the shadow of death, we understand the value of life. And no one better than this is the soldier. If one analyzes the conduct, the cause, the conduct in the aftermath of war, one cannot come to the conclusion that wars, but better because it is Ukraine, are caused by greed for power and greed for resources which are not theirs. Wars are caused by politicians, controlled by bureaucrats, and fought by soldiers. The soldier has honor as the most important value that makes him fight. It is from honor that all other values flow, including truth, love, and sacrifice. Is that okay? Not okay. Can you hear me now? I would like to repeat, the honors, the values all flow from honor. And those values are truth, love, and sacrifice. Now, some of you would say, what does the soldier know about love? But I would like to remind you that it is on the altar of love that men and women in uniform put their lives in the line of fire and disappear in the smoke and fire of battle. Looking at what has happened in the recent past, what is happening today in Ukraine, and what will happen in the future, we need to understand that compromise is not an answer to aggression. You cannot bargain with the devil. Chamberlain, if you remember, tried to do this with Hitler and talked about peace in our time. It was a miserable failure. Today, we are looking at the past. I don't know whether I'm setting the cat amongst the pigeons or trying to push forward the right perspective. We are looking in the past, but on that, I hope the speaker this
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Dr. Dominique Dendoven, researcher and curator in Flanders Fields Museum, Ypres, Belgium, to please deliver his presentation. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's good to be back at USI after 5 years. Always feels like coming home, luckily. I'm very happy to talk on a conference entitled The Diplomatic Dimensions of Military History. And especially when it concerns India's armed forces in France and Flanders during World War I and II, as it touches to the very core to what, in my perspective, history is about. History is the study of the past, but it wants to give an answer to the eternal human questions where we are coming from. But in my humble opinion, it also serves a higher purpose, and that is building a better future through a better understanding of the past. And in this respect, military history and its diplomatic dimensions are particularly relevant. The Indian presence in Europe during World War I and II, and the memorials which still testify to this, are an opportunity to meet each other and to learn about each other. After all, this is where your and our history meet. And this is why this also matters to diplomats today. This was clearly understood by the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it was with much pleasure that some years ago, I showed the latest groups of Belgian diplomats in training around the battlefields of Ypres and the Flanders Fields Museum, where subjects of more than 120 actual UN member states died during the First World War, Indians featuring prominently among them. Yep. Okay. Can I have the next slide? Yeah. It is estimated a total of some 138,000 Indian soldiers and laborers were deployed in Europe during and immediately after the First World War. Up to 90,000 combatants and camp followers in infantry and cavalry units, and more than 48,000 workers from the Indian from near Shimla on 27th of August 1914. We are in a tight place and are employing every resource. In 1914, the Indian, as soon as they arrived, at the direst moment of the Battle of Ypres, the Indians were rushed into the front line. The Indian units were considered reservoirs of men, and they were deployed by the British when and where manpower was needed most urgently. Battalions, half battalions, and even companies were used separately to support various British divisions. And that's obviously a situation not favorable for coordination, nor for the morale of the Indian troops. And it's hard to see, probably, but actually on the map, you could see, or it's indicated that the Indian regiments are divided or split up in companies, and companies are added to British regiments. Yet, their deployment had been vital for saving the newborn Ypres salient for the Allies. In the words of John Charteris, they filled a gap in the line when we had no other troops to put in. During the First Battle of Ypres, the Indian Corps held around 12 miles, and this is more than 1/3 of the British Expeditionary Forces line. Their exploits, however, came at a high cost. After 1 month of battle, the average strength of an Indian Army battalion in Europe was less than 550. It had been 764 strong upon arrival in France. After the First Battle of Ypres and the Battle of La Bassée, so November 1914, the Indian divisions were involved in both defensive and offensive operations around their sector of Neuve-Chapelle, and besides normal trench warfare, including raids and defensive actions, they took part in British offensives such as the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle, the Battle of Aubervilliers, the Battle of Fetubert, and the Battle of Loos. Next slide, please. The encounter of the Indian rank and file with killing in an industrialized manner was probably never so brutal as during the Second Battle of Ypres, already mentioned by the Belgian ambassador. Initiated with the first major gas attack in world history on 22nd of April 1915, the German troops had been able to advance their front line for several miles north of Ypres. 2 days later, the Lahore division was moved north, and on 26th April, it attacked with French North African troops to their left. During this attack, which happened in disadvantageous circumstances, the Germans discharged chlorine gas. The unfruitful attack in which Indian military for the first time were involved in chemical warfare was to be repeated the following days, be it without the emittance of gas. The casualty figures of the Indian Army Corps at the Second Battle of Ypres were appalling. 40th Battalions lost 320 men, the 47 Sikhs 348 out of 444, 78% loss. The 129 Baluchis lost 231, the 57 Wilds Rifles lost 275. All in all, nearly 30% of the men engaged on 22nd and 27th April 1915 were lost. Less than 1 month later, after the Battle of Aubervilliers, and just before the end of the Battle of Fetubert, the Indian Corps total number of Indian troops had fallen to about 7,000, while it had been 15,000 in mid-October 1914. The great number of casualties of the Indian troops does not mean that their efforts were appreciated by the military authorities. In early May 1915, when the British-French command in the Ypres salient decided to make a strategic retreat, the British generals French and Plumer voiced their concern about the strength of the French wing. And the French commander, General Foch, assured them that the British flank in the north would be secured by really good troops. And Plumer, the British general, explained that according to him, this should mean, and I quote him, not less than 3 regular French divisions should be kept between the British left and the Belgian right, and that French troops, not colored, be placed on the immediate left of my troops. The Indian troops, which were on my left, have now been relieved by white troops, end of quote. Or, in other words, if we manage to get rid of the weak colored units, then so must you. Such latently present or explicitly voiced racist thinking was omnipresent in the armies of the First World War. But simply add up the figures. Colored troops fell in the same proportion and if deployed in the same numbers, so as courageously and honorably as their white colleagues. In nationalistic, colonial, and imperialistic thinking penetrated by European supremacy and superiority, there was no option other than the other was inferior, primitive, different. The colonial troops were made the scapegoat for the European ineffectiveness and failures. Next slide, please. The British sense of superiority was felt throughout the Indian ranks. Amar Singh, a loyal and Anglophile Rajput nobleman who kept throughout his life an extensive English language diary, noted that, and I quote him, "Whenever we fail in the slightest degree anywhere, people raise a hue and a cry, whereas if a British troop fails under the same circumstances, no one mentions it. When we had the reverse at Givenchy and Fetubert, there was hue and cry. However, no one at that time said there were British troops in it as well. And then again, when we had such a brilliant success at Neuve-Chapelle, I heard General Blackadder himself say that people are singing the praises of the Indian troops as if there were no Britishers with them. I do not know what is expected of the Indians. After all, a man can give his life up and no one can say the Indians have been sparing themselves in any way. End of quote. With the arrival of Lord Kitchener's new army towards the end of 1915, the Indian infantry divisions were no longer needed in France. Their work was done and they were moved to Mesopotamia. Not because they were considered to have failed, nor for fear of another Flemish winter, nor because of casualty replacement problems, but because of the Indian government's strategy regarding Mesopotamia, argues George Morton Jack. However, besides considering whether they were needed, we must also remember they had not been wanted at the Western Front in the first place. Throughout the First World War, it was the official British policy not to have black and brown men kill white men, and this primarily to maintain the myth of white supremacy. Moreover, there was also the fear for what was stated in a letter to the Times, the passionate love of battle which is now stirring in the hearts of the warlike races of Hindustan. In other words, let's not give the subordinate military too much fighting experience. Once the Indian infantry was no longer needed in Europe, they were disposed of. The regiments of the Indian Army Corps would remain the only non-European combatant units of the British Empire ever to have been engaged in battle in Europe during the First World War. Next slide. While the fighting units of the Indian Expeditionary Force A have enjoyed at least some interest on behalf of both the academia and the public, the Indian laborers and other non-combatants have been subject to a near complete oblivion, and this despite their considerable number of 48,000. The Indian Labour Corps consisted of semi-skilled and unskilled laborers from 6 provinces, UP, Bihar and Orissa, Assam, Burma, Bengal, and Northwest Frontier Province, and the princely state of Manipur. There were large variations in the contingents sent to France, from 6,000 and more to 417, and from 12 different tribes. As many men would not be prepared to work and live together, these were matters that had to be taken into account when a contingent was split up into companies. Communication, even with other Indian personnel, was at times difficult. Captain Kashinath noted that at a certain moment, his company was neighboring Kasi and Naga companies, but, and I quote him, beyond the realization that they were from our own soil, the strangeness of language and demeanor prevented any closer intimacy, end of quote. While the first Indian labor units had only arrived in Marseille in June 1917, already from February 1918 onwards, the preparations for repatriation had to be made. This did not go smoothly due to the hastiness of the contractual terms, which were different from one contingent to another. And the matter led to unrest, and at least 12 strikes by Indian labor companies have been recorded between March and December 1918. By their occasional collective resistance, the Indian laborers showed a high degree of agency, and they compelled their colonial overlords not to wait too long with organizing their repatriation. Radhika Singha suggests that this pushed British officials to see the laborers in a different light. They now drove for what she calls a kind of post-fact transformation, one which would elevate the returning men into the kind of loyal citizens and persons of substance who could have freely volunteered to serve empire. If granted certain privileges emanating from their service in France, the returning laborers could form the kernels of a party who believes in loyalty and are actuated by the sentiments of good citizenship, end of quote. And indeed, some kind of transformation did take place. Upon the return, men of the Indian Labour Corps were often recast as victorious warriors. They were welcomed by bands and cheering crowds, memorials were erected, and Labour Corps company days were installed. While the Indian labor units were being repatriated, smaller Indian contingents kept arriving in Europe. These men, however, were not recruited as laborers, but served in a military capacity. Most belonged to divisional ammunition columns, but there were many small groups of Indians attached to the Australian auxiliary horse transport companies, remount squadrons and depots, and other units. Though we are not well informed on these units, their number should not be underestimated. At the end of September 1919, General Cox estimated there were still some 13,000 Indians in France and Belgium. So that's nearly a full year after the armistice. And only on the 26th of March 1920 would the SS La Plata sail from Marseille with on board the last contingent of nearly 1,000 Indian ranks to leave Europe. Next slide, please. Generally speaking, the war was for the Indians who were sent to the Western Front a traumatic affair from the very beginning. Crossing the seas was a social taboo, and even more traumatic was the hard and sudden confrontation with a modern, total, and industrialized war to these people who often had perhaps only seldom, if ever, witnessed modern machinery, even less such destructive and lethal machinery. The result must have been a sense of being overwhelmed by the circumstances, of having no say in one's own destiny, in other words, of alienation. This sense, not uncommon in many of the European rank and file, was intensified by the subordinate position of the Indians and by the discriminatory treatment to which they were subjected to a greater or lesser extent. Finally, finding themselves in an entirely unfamiliar landscape, often utterly destroyed and surrounded by a completely different culture where no one spoke their mother tongue, can only have made the feeling of alienation total. At the same time, these circumstances bound the group together, and their otherness made them stand out against the Europeans. Next slide, please. The relative, and I stress this, relative respect and humanity with which the Indians were treated by civilians in Europe sometimes heavily contrasted with the attitudes the colonial master displayed in India. As Senior Assistant Sergeant Jagu Godbol wrote from number 8 Indian General Hospital in Bournemouth to a friend in Pune on 18 March 1915, and I quote from his letter, "The people here are of a very amiable disposition. They talk pleasantly, treat us kindly, and are pleased to see us. We do not hear the words damn and bloody at all frequently, as in India. But this only applies to those who have not seen India. Those who have gnash their teeth at us. Some laugh and some make fun. But there are not many who do this. The people here are charming. It is impossible to say why they become so bad on reaching India." End of quote. By asking this question, this educated Brahmin, who wrote in English and Marathi, might have got to the very heart of colonialism and imperialism, which after all is a practice of domination. Indian soldiers and laborers were certainly at no pains to distinguish between continental and British attitudes towards them. And the impression we get from the letters they sent home is that the Indian, and I think these photographs also speak for it, that the Indian was much more chummy with the Frenchman than with the Britisher. This was also confirmed in a series of interviews conducted by Satyendra Dev Pradhan and Ewart Allenwood with 42 Sikh veterans of the First World War in the 1970s. The French and British approaches towards the Indians particularly contrasted once strict segregation was established in the Indian hospitals on the English South Coast in February 1915, and the inmates of the Indian hospitals were no longer allowed to visit or to be visited by the locals. Next slide, please. The one style of dress with no caste distinction in Europe, which was noted by many Indians in their letters, could lead to ponderings upon questions of caste and religious distinction in India, as the first quote here demonstrates. Living intensely together in France had broken down certain caste boundaries, at least temporarily, and this despite the army's effort to enable the Indians to maintain caste customs. All the veterans interviewed by Pradhan and Allenwood said they met many groups of other Indians and got along very well. Since they all came from India, they had started identifying themselves with each other. Yes, yet this in itself had a subversive element, as the system of class regiments, where all men in the regiment were recruited from one ethnocultural group, and class company regiments, where all men in the company were recruited from the same ethnocultural group, had precisely been adopted by the British to stimulate intergroup competition. if a common feeling of comradeship was to overcome boundaries of religion, class, and caste, the counterpoise of natives versus natives would be lost, and the risk on a broader all-army unity, as in 1857, the big nightmare for the British overlord, would be much bigger. And in this respect, we can only conclude with SD Pradhan that the war in this way worked as a catalyst for the growth of nationalism. This new awareness that emerged through a common experience could surface rather unexpectedly. In a report, an Indian collaborator of the YMCA related to an event he described as so unexpected, so remarkable, that a parallel could scarcely be found in the annals of modern Indian army. During a late-night concert in which two popular singers, a Sikh and a young soldier boy, were performing in front of a YMCA hut packed with Indians from all ranks, a group of Indian officers all of a sudden entered. The foremost of them, a Rizaidar, asked if he could address the audience, and I quote, "After having been with you for more than 4 years," he said, "I am leaving you tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning. I have shared your pleasures and your sorrows, your privations, many as they were, and your comforts. Although I feel glad to return again to my beloved country, India, which is your home also, it is hard for me to part from you. Perhaps we may never meet again in this life. I feel, therefore, I must tell you an important thing before bidding you goodbye. You must know it." And in a dead silence, he continued, The advancement of our country rests upon two things. First, education. The second thing is unity. We must forget our absurd prejudices of caste and religion. There is no such thing as caste. I myself come from a family which is proud of its high caste. And I say, in the sight of God, there is no difference between man and man because of caste. Religion also must not be a matter of difference and disunity. Be a Hindu or a Mohammedan, a Christian or a Jew, a Parsi or a Buddhist, as you like, and be true and pure and faithful to whatever religion you belong. Do not look down upon a man of another religion with prejudice and enmity. If we learn that lesson, there will cease to be differences and ill feeling among ourselves, and we shall be a united and progressive people. Though the YMCA man reported the incident mainly because of the praise that was heaped upon his own organization, he also understood that the significance of what happened ran much deeper. It was a wonderful instance of the new realization of Indian peoples. In Europe, and through the confrontation with local inhabitants, the Indians started seeing themselves in a different light, and they realized much more strongly what they had in common. And the result was the development of a certain groupness across castes and religions, and this enhanced groupness had the capacity to devolve in some kind of proto-nationalism. With the Indian groups, we see how this development of national feelings could go in different directions, with both an identification with a certain idea of India, as well as the emergence of a more regional Naga or Mizo proto-nationalism. And this somewhat prefigures the two opposite political trends that would appear when Indian independence became imminent. On the one hand, a pan-Indian view that strove towards a single Indian nation state, and on the other hand, an ethnically or religiously inspired view that sought its national destiny independently. Next slide, please. Besides the development of forms of groupness, being in Europe and meeting Europeans enhanced the self-consciousness of the Indians. Personal and common shortcomings were realized, and this led to a wish to learn from Europe. And there are examples abound. One Rezaidar wrote a friend in Lyalpur to keep an account of the results of his crops, how to instruct his tenants in the application of manure, and promised him to tell all of the useful lessons, and I quote him, useful lessons, in agriculture he had learned in France. And a Sikh copied the way staircases were built, described the method of plowing, and made a plea for using iron agricultural implements. Education was central to the new ideas the sepoys, sowars, and laborers brought with them from Europe, as you can tell from the first quote on this slide. However, the man also realized that educational efforts would not always be appreciated back home and would rather be swimming against the tide. Baluchi Muslim Khan Mohammed Khan wrote to his father in the northwestern frontier province, and I quote him, "My own eyes have been opened since I came to Europe, and I have entirely altered the views which I held before. If I live to return, and if God gives me children, I will give them a good education, whether they be sons or daughters. It is education alone which makes them wise and teaches them to hate and abandon those habits and customs in our country that are improper. Such people, however, are only 1 in 1,000 and have to contend with great difficulties at the hands of the majority who treat them as if they have lost their senses, whereas in reality, it is the majority who are blinded by ignorance." End of quote. Similar views on education were shared by many other Indians in Europe. Yet, the wish to learn from Europe was usually not manifested in an uncritical desire to emulate the West. Besides shortcomings, personal and common strengths were also realized, as well as those aspects in which the Western others and their society failed humanity in the eyes of the Indians. A case in point is the disapproving attitude of many Indians towards Western values and religion. On 22nd of March 1915, a certain Al-R, we only know the initials, wrote in Hindi from a camp in Rouen to a friend in India. A quote from the letter: "The inhabitants are honest and very polite. The morals are also good as regards civilization, but as regards spirituality, I am very sorry. They are all and all for sensual enjoyments. It seems to me that to eat and drink is the merry of their life. They have a Catholic religion which is almost reduced to nothing but etiquette. And owing to this weakness, they are very weak in spiritual morality. At best, I come to the conclusion that with the loss of spirituality, they will lose their national strength, as our India did. The present bad condition of India is due to the loss of spirituality." Next slide, please. When India or Indians is used in the writings of Indians in Europe during the First World War, it is usually as a generic term referring to home, to the South Asian subcontinent and its inhabitants, and not to a polity. Yet, the war clearly stimulated the identification with a certain idea of India. After all, that is how the soldiers and laborers were referred to by the peoples they came in contact with, and how they were identified by others. Moreover, the letters, sound recordings, and objects they left us do often point to a growing awareness of one's position, of a growing self-image with implicitly a political component. One of the last letters from France to be found in the reports of the censor is that of 30th April 1918, written by a laborer from the 25th United Provinces Labour Company to a pleader in Almora. It seems up the hope for a united, self-conscious and autonomous India. And I quote, "I had a dream that Lakshmi came to me here and told me to tell the Indians that 3 million of them were all working separately in conflicting interests. All the inhabitants, whether men or women, Hindus and Mohammedans, ought to be in action. Tell them that if they want Swaraj, they must unite and be at one, as owing to their want of unity, they have not ruled for 1,000 years. The goddess also told me to tell all the millions of Indians should unite in praising King George V. Then King George will be glorified and you will get home rule." As she went away, the goddess said she would go to India and would restore such prosperity there as no Raja has never seen. She said she would show such special favor to India as India was a jewel among the nations. End of quote. While their war experience definitely changed their view of themselves and of India, the question remains in how far the returning soldiers and laborers had a real impact in their home societies at large. And this remains a difficult question to answer, especially in the political domain. Despite their large numbers, the groups that had served in Europe were probably relatively too small in comparison to the population of their home societies to make a direct impact, except in the case of the tribal communities that made up some of the companies of the Indian Labour Corps. And again, with the exception of Northeast India, no nationwide associations of veterans seem to have formed, as was the case in Europe and in the Dominions. Moreover, as far as we know in this stage, the veterans' efforts to improve society were limited to local initiatives. But still, Still, they must have acted as transnational middlemen, informing upon their return home their fellow countrymen of the things they had observed and learned. Next slide, please. The British missionary and author Basil Matthews imagined in 1924 how, and I quote him, the khaki-clad warrior strode back into his village, the hero of incredible travels and feats. The villagers listened agape to their stories round the night fires, the debates of the trenches, the whispers of Bolshevik Russia, the murmurs of the world's movements to govern itself. The impact was nationwide and revolutionary. It linked up village India with world movements and in particular with the wave of nationalistic self-determination. End of quote. Even if their war experience did not urge them to act, their insights were not lost, but oozed out throughout their home societies. Non-rational factors like frustration, a feeling of humiliation, or the need for cultural self-assertion are not quantifiable and thus generally underrated by historians of colonial nationalism. Yet, it was precisely such feelings that were rife among Indian ex-servicemen. Even if after the war, they decided to lead a calm life, settled and were not active in political or social agitation, they did carry these feelings along. Through their stories and accounts, it filtered through to broader levels within their home society. The title Captain Kashinath gave to the chapter in which he considered how the war might have affected the Indian laborers was The Silent Change. Next slide, please. Ex-soldiers and laborers acted more as accelerators and catalysts of change than initiators of wholly new conditions, and let's be frank, seldom without forgetting their own interests. For it can be argued that even if their direct impact on their home societies was quite limited, their indirect influence, certainly on the longer term, might have been considerable. Returning veterans, inspired by the example they had seen in Europe, agitated for the dissemination and improvement of education. They opened schools, and in particular schools for girls. It is a legacy that is still with us. Some schools in India and Pakistan still bear the plaques stating they were founded by First World War veterans. This investment in educational projects on behalf of ex-servicemen is also politically highly significant. National texts that popularize grievances are written and read by the educated. It's the educated that organize movements, and the educational systems and other institutions help spread these ideas to the masses. In consequence, reinforcing education is a political act, especially in the context of colonial or semi-colonial societies with an emerging nationhood. Next slide, please. The returned veterans were particularly instrumental in jeopardizing the idea that the West was the leading light for intellectuals and in transforming the way the white man was looked upon. That the image of Western civilization, including the myth of white superiority, had seriously suffered was clear to many, and not in the least to colonial pundits and missionaries. All Indian veterans, regardless of whether they had been soldiers or laborers, had been awarded the Inter-Allied Victory Medal, which you see on the slides. And this medal proudly proclaimed that they had served in the Great War for Civilization. No one would have seen better the gaping gap between theory, fighting for high ideals such as freedom and justice, and practice, war and hardship, including in their own country. The way the Indians and other colonial troops had been treated in the First World War put a heavy mortgage on the middle and long term of the survival of the British Empire, as well as other colonial empires. In this respect, their war experiences did play a role in the worldwide contestation of the hegemony of white rule that would emerge after the First War, and which would ultimately lead to decolonization, though it would ultimately take the Second World War to complete this process of Europe's self-disempowerment that had begun in the first. Thank you very much.
We will now throw the house open for questions. So if anybody has any questions, please.
Okay. Any questions? Sorry, please, after you, sir. Please. Okay.
Ranjit Bhushan here. I just want to ask you, when the locals here, they were used to fighting in India, and after they moved to Europe, how did they adjust to this? Another style of fighting altogether. From India on to Europe was different. The weather was different. It was colder. The landscape was different. How do they make that adjustment? From Haryana, from undivided Punjab. How do you go that side?
Yeah, that's of course a difficult question, because the only thing that we have to rely on is the letters they wrote home. And the letters they wrote home, I couldn't elaborate on this, but they're a very difficult source, because what we have are not the letters. What we have are excerpts from the reports the British censor made. So what you have is you have so many filters. You have the translation. Right, the first filter is the letters most often being dictated and not written by the soldiers themselves. So dictating, did the clerk write down as the soldier officer was saying? We don't know that. Secondly, translation. They were translated from the Indian language into English. So again, a filter. Third filter is the selection made by the censor. And then next filter is the excerpt, the selection of the extracts. And then there's a last filter, which is that after a while, the Indians knew that their letters were censored. So then they would adapt the wording they used. And there's even a last filter, and that is that obviously they knew that they were writing and that the letter would be read out in the village gathering at night. So they would also adapt their wording to that element. So it's very difficult to gauge, but I mean, it's all we have. Sometimes they have an idea of how things were explained in Europe. There's one excerpt in the regimental history of the 47 Sikhs, and they are staying in an abbey overnight in Wiske, which is just south of Saint-Omer, so on their way to the front, and it's a Catholic abbey. And the Sikhs are wondering at the statues of the 12 apostles. And so then the officer explains to them, well, these are the gurus of the Christians. So you see that, and sometimes there were things like they saw the statue of Joan of Arc in Orleans, I believed, and it was explained to them, or there was a similarity made with the Rani of Jhansi, saying that this is a similar kind, though there were many misunderstandings. But you see that communication, and that's the reason why I chose those particular photographs, is that communication with the locals. Well, first of all, many Indians have a proficiency for learning other languages. So picking up some French went rather smoothly. And secondly, very often communication was dump talk, and very often through the children. So, but otherwise, it's a very interesting question, but that's why, I mean, historians have to use their imagination. It's very important.
So, please. Yeah.
Thank you. But as an officer of the Indian Army who fought 3 wars, I will attempt to answer that question. I think it depends on 2 things: leadership and the quality of soldiers. As far as leadership is concerned, I think there is no greater privilege than leading men into battle. And this falls on very young shoulders. This happened so many years ago. Values don't change. The qualities of leadership don't change. The qualities of soldiers don't change. And therefore, I'd like to give you an example. For instance, the Indian Army officer is talking about Indian in Europe. The Indian Army officer leads from the front. He sets a personal example, irrespective of what he is fighting for, where he is fighting for. As long as he feels that the cause is just, he fights. And the Indian leader, the young officers, I'll give you an example. In the 1971 war, my battalion, the 4th Battalion, the 5th Gurkha Rifles, we entered the war with 18 officers. We ended the war of 13 days with just 7. So leadership is important. And I'm quite sure that as far as the Indian, those days, the JCOs and the NCOs helped to make a focus on what leadership was all about. As far as the Indian soldier is concerned, please remember he came from a village background, from a rural background. He faced floods, animals, all sorts of vicissitudes. But he always made sure that he did what needed to be done irrespective of himself, and therefore self-sacrifice. So therefore, the Indian soldier, I beg to say, although I may be biased, that the Indian soldier today is the best in the world. But he has to be led properly, he's got to have the right values, he has to be trained properly, and that was what was there in World War I, in World War II, and all the wars we fought before and after independence. Thank you.
I would further like to reinforce, I am Lieutenant General Rajinder Singh. You see, I totally agree with General Cardozo. He has very rightly brought out as to what are the facets which differentiate Indian soldiers from others. And I can say this from personal example. I've had the pleasure of commanding multinational forces, and I was a force commander of the United Nations with troops from 43 countries under my command. And you see, the only thing which distinguished Indian troops from the others were basically two of them. One was the leadership, like he has said, but second and more importantly was the adaptability and ruggedness of the Indian psyche, as also his physique. He has been used to doing all this. And if given the proper equipment, if given the proper clothing, I don't think weather or all these kind of different environments really made a difference. Because after all, Indian troops also went to the northwest frontiers, which had extreme weathers. And so therefore, that is not the scenario even now. They are serving in deserts. They are also serving in Siachen. They are serving as a part of expeditionary force. They are actually generally being trained properly to be able to undertake any task given the proper equipment and arms.
Okay, I just want to add on that. There are several aspects. First of all, if I'm talking about alienation, I'm just not talking about the climate, because that's not something I put in doubt. But there's some, you were rightly saying adequateness and adequate equipment. Well, we should not forget the Indians arriving in Europe in 1914. They were lagging one generation behind in military equipment and in weaponry, because they were according to the Britishers, the Indian soldiers were always, the rifle was from the former generation. Secondly, you're right about leadership. There was one big problem due to the brutality of the First World War, and is that many officers got killed in the first month of the war, and that the replacements were not often adapted to leading Indian troops, often would not speak the language of their men. And there's even one story which I really find amazing, but which is also proof for the adaptability of Indian troops. At one stage, in the chaos of battle during the Second Battle of Ypres, and I forgot which units it was, but these units, they could not communicate with one another. So they used the new language they had learned, and they talked to one another in French in the chaos of battle, because it's proof of the adaptability of Indian soldiers. So I'm not really this contesting what both you gentlemen have said. It's just that you have to take the historical context of each battle and situation in account as well.
Sir.
Yes. Dr. Dominic Dantivan, you are very colorful.
Thank you.
And your color speaks volume, how dependent interdependent at the moment. As you rightly enumerated, the past is misery, but future is mystery.
Yes.
It's rain in your own doorstep, climate crisis, and pandemic preparedness. Maybe is it the right time for Europe to spend more for defense, and rather than why don't you take all the immigrants or refugees and train them, because he said the Indians are good and there are the Gurkhas are much better than Indians, I think. So why is that this still?
If I may, I mean, it's a very interesting question, but I'd rather that we stick to the subject of the topic of the conference.
See, in the past, you recruited us. Again, why don't we have a multinational force, and so that we can face, we can have a safer world? Talents are everywhere. Well, that is what they mean to say. But you got the technology. What they mean to say, let us rely on each other. That's all.
Thank you.
For the message to your leaders. This is just a discussion about it.
Yes, certainly.
I understand.
Certainly.
You are difficult.
Yes.
The world is multipolar now, and we need to say what?
Yeah. I mean, yes, as I said, I'm a historian. So the only thing I can hope is, because I think that your hope and your dreams are the same as our hope and dreams. The only thing that's, being a historian, and certainly a historian of war, is a very frustrating thing, because we are driven by the hope that future generations will learn from the mistakes in the past, and each time you're disillusioned by it. But you have to continue that effort.
That's right. Eating up caste is still our problem, but more than corruption.
Yeah.
Thank you for a really excellent presentation, very comprehensive. I've had the good luck to actually visit Ypres as well as Neuve Chapelle. And, as my name, sorry, I should have said, I'm Devashish Mitra. My father was in the Dover Regiment, and that regiment actually, the two battalions are present in Neuve Chapelle, and then they fought in World War II and so on. Back of the Neuve Chapelle, there is a panel on the Indian Labour Division. Now, I am from Odisha, I'm from Eastern India, and it was very interesting for me to actually see names of tribal names that we were very familiar with from that part of the world. And the first question, therefore, is there some material that links these particular people with where they came from as a part of the labor division? First question. And the second important thing is that I'm also writing a book, by the way, on the tale of three partitions, which is 71, 47, and 1905, which goes through this period. What was the impact? I mean, we pick up this point about when these million young men came back with their stories, and they talked about their experience of the white man's world, fighting a white man in this country in a white man's battle, and successfully. That someday these million people became agents of change to accelerate the thought of independence. But in 1919, we also know Jallianwala Bagh happened, the Rolla attack happened, and so on, which were sort of counterforces. Now, in remote parts of India, I mean, these people came from everywhere. Is there some things where one can see a thread between these people who were exposed in Europe as ordinary people? The kind of letters you've shown are really fascinating, to show how they impacted the local populations in terms of the belief of seeking freedom and moving this forward. So there's the two questions. But an excellent presentation, very well done.
You should be very brief. Yeah, I have to be very brief. Oof, that's difficult. But I'll do my best. On your first question, that's really a very interesting and very important thing. We want to know, we in Europe, doing the kind of work we do in my museum, for instance, we really want to know where the men were actually coming from. And just 3 days ago, I was in the village of Sultanwind near Amritsar, and you've got these panels in some of the villages saying from this village, so many men left to the war, but you don't have the names. It's extremely frustrating. Sometimes we meet descendants, and which is a lucky thing, because in what we've seen in Europe is that this descendants, and especially during the centenary, the descendants are the real vectors, the real carriers of memory through the ages. It's the descendants who still, it's really an interest from below, and without the interest from below, you can't do that broader history. So yes, it's work that still has to be done. And then on your second question, extremely difficult. I mean, sometimes you have certain hints. You have certain hints, like local memorials, like the example I've given from the schools. You've got some names where you know that a veteran became politically active. But at this stage you have to know this is all quite new, recent research. For, what shall we say, 80 years, 90 years? For 19 years, nothing has happened. The Indians were written out of the history of, in this case, the First World War. So this is all emerging. There is a huge work to be done, especially in Europe, but especially also in India, by people like your good self, like people like Brigadier Joda, who from their background look into their regiments, look into their area, what was the impact there. And I think that if we would talk again in 30 years, we would have a much clearer answer.
Thank you very much, Dominic. So very quickly, I mean, I know I told him to be brief. There are linkages to be made, but as he rightly points out, it becomes very, very difficult. But the way to do that is twofold. There are accounts that were left by these soldiers, so you can read through them. There are also accounts that were then published in local papers. For instance, there was a thing called a Jat Gazette, in which one Risaldar, he writes, he says, you know, this war is a great boon to us, because for the first time, we can go out and see the world and understand, you know, the dynamics of it, and we come back and apply that. They talked about education of women. A lot of soldiers wrote back, they say, we must educate our daughters, because unless in a society the women are educated, you know, that society can't progress. So there were a lot of these pointers. Most importantly, the other things that you extrapolate from this is the impact it had on our the Indian political thing. So, for instance, the scheme committee, you know, there are fallouts of the war, and that is a direct, which is one of the basics of this conference. While we are talking about the military dimensions, the diplomatic dimensions, but there were even military spin-offs from that, right? Because it is after this war that you have Indians start getting commissioned as Indian officers. The participation of Indian troops in this war then leads directly to the scheme committee, which leads to the formation of the Indian Air Force, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of things over there. Over to you, Shefali. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Mr. Louis from France, a history teacher at Edward Gann High School in Amiens, France, who's been teaching history and diversity in conflict and educating school children about the role of Indian soldiers in France in World War I.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, that would be easy if you sit there. But okay.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Arnaud Papillon. I'm an associate professor of history. I taught for 26 years in secondary school before joining the Ministry of Armed Forces in 2019, more specifically the DMCA, the Directorate of Memory, Culture, and Archives of this ministry. Maybe a slide. Yes. Next slide. Yes. So, next slide. Yes. It will come. Next. Yes. Next. And next. Okay, fine. Thank you. So, memory, culture, archives. It's often ignored that the Ministry of the Armed Forces is the second largest cultural player in the French state, that it manages considerable stone heritage, monuments, necropolises, places of remembrance across France. So next slide, please. And you can immediately see the obvious links that this can have with teaching when it comes to teaching about the military dealing with the memory of conflicts, whether teachers, to take examples for their lessons, organize a field trip. And then, next slide, and then the DMCA is also archives and museums. Navy, Air and Space Museum, the Defense Historical Service in Vincennes, dozens and dozens of kilometers of archives. And I invite you to consult the catalogs of the exhibitions recently organized by these museums and archive centers. Picasso on the wall, photographs of war, special forces, wealth of resources, especially for teachers. And I'm telling you this to show you that the Ministry of the Armed Forces naturally support teachers, especially history teachers, in the context of many themes. Since the French school curriculum now gives a large place to the teaching of the military history, many elements of this curriculum can be approached through questions and resources related to national defense issues. And this brings us, next please, and this brings us to one of the missions of the DMCA, which are responsible within the Ministry of the Armed Forces for the development of defense education, and which federates and coordinates initiatives in this field. Defense education is an acculturation to military matters, the knowledge of the principles governing the use of the armed forces, their organization, the conditions of their use, and the justification of their actions, to make young people aware of the problems of defense, the history of contemporary conflicts. And it's even better when this teaching can be part of the dimension of shared memory, that is to say, involving nations, men, and countries that fought alongside us in previous conflicts. So next, our support for defense education is provided in three ways: educational, financial, cultural influence. From a pedagogical point of view, the Ministry of the Armed Forces is able to provide many resources to teachers who wish to teach about the military or deal with a subject related to contemporary conflicts. That includes the thousands of films and photographs available from the Établissement de Communication et de Production Audiovisuelle de la Défense, which Louis and his students use for their work. From a financial point of view, so the next, yeah, still the next. From a financial point of view, it supports educational defense projects after assessing the quality of the project. Therefore, this project has received 7,000 euros to allow his students to be here today. And finally, next slide, please. And finally, and the next. Okay, the next. Yeah, thank you very much. So finally, from the point of view of cultural influence, the DMCA supports many competitions or memorial events aimed at young people, organizes conferences on these themes in France, and gives recognition to classes that have set up projects in connection with defense education. Each year, a few selected classes are invited to national ceremony at the Panthéon in Paris, in the presence of high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Education. The event showcases the selected projects, notably through the screening of documentaries highlighting their construction stages. So, pedagogical resources, financial means, tools for valorization. This is what the Ministry of the Armed Forces offers to enable teachers to teach about conflicts and to educate about defense, in close partnership with the French Ministry of National Education. The project of Louis Tessé students fits perfectly with our objectives and missions, which is why we immediately supported it. And so we are honored that the work has also caught your attention. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Louis Tessedou. Nice to meet you. My students will talk about our project, and the first one is Nathan. So, next. Next.
Good morning. My name is Nathan. Raoul Berthelet was an officer in the French army. He was an administrative officer in the health service. He lived in the Montpellier in the south of France. When war broke out, he was chemist and worked for a perfume industry in Switzerland. He was 28 years old, and he was the son of the director of the Aero Archives, Joseph Berthelet. His father probably taught him how to take photographs and surely taught him how to archive them. Raoul Berthelet did his national service and enlisted at the beginning of the war. He was the refer, a man from the south of France who arrived in the north of France. Raoul Berthelet was in Amiens from November 1914 to August 1915. His experience of war at that time was quiet. He did not go to the front line and had time to take dozens of photographs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maxence. Raoul Berthelet left Amiens during the summer in 1915. He left for Chemin des Dames. He returned to Amiens in 1918. He was then head of 6th Army Weather Station. He died in Belgium in December 1918 of the Spanish flu. His little sister kept his photograph and handed them over to Toulouse Archive in 1980. We have more than 3,000 photographs of our time experience. There was no sorting. Berthelet also intended to open a war museum when the war was over. We can classify the photograph in collection into 3 categories. First of all, we can find photographs of his private life. This soldier had loved life during his visit to Amiens. He had a relationship with Jean Cornu, the daughter of the most butcher in the city. There are many of their life told. Most of these photographs were taken in nature outside the city and in Paris. Indine Berthollet benefited from permission and took the young Jacques Cornu to Paris. There are also photographs of moments spent with his friends, the aviator Paul Descoings, with same then were before leaving for recreational flight over Amiens. The second category is where Raoul Berthollet was like a war reporter. In 1915, he did not fight and only went to front line. He stayed in Amiens, which is a rare front town. He photographed anything he could, especially the important moment of the news. For example, he took photographs of German prisoners who marched through the city. Raoul Berthollet was also interested in the northern parts of France. He was a man from the south who discovered the industrial world of the north and its cathedral. He met work from the Crossrail factory. We can see Irene, a worker from this factory. These photographs give us indication on the place of French women in the war effort. This collection also allows us to agricultural world of Amiens. He could also see photographs of Cathedral of Amiens. As both Cathedral of Reims and Soissons were destroyed, in Amiens, people were afraid of seeing their cathedral destroyed as well. That is why it was protected with sandbag in 1915. After the first air bombing in April 1915, it was decided to evacuate all the work of art and organ of cathedral and prepare water cisterns. Thank you.
Good morning.
Ah ouais?
Moi, je peux pas. Good morning. My name is Yael. Raoul Berthollet also took pictures of colonial troops. It was a word he didn't know well. Hence the mistakes in the caption of these photographs. The spies are called goumiers, just like the photograph of Indian horsemen parading on one of the main boulevards of the city of Amiens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chloé. For the first exhibition, we designed the frames and hung the pictures. In addition, we welcomed pupils from a primary school to carry out activities related to the exhibition. We were also able to design and print anaglyphs. Thank you. Hello, my name is Méline. The entrance to the COSRA orphanage where Raoul Bertolet's ambulance is located.
You used yes. Next one.
Russale, after a first air bombing, residents of the city of Amiens immediately cleaned up the bomb damage. Irene, the worker at the COSRA factory. Officers d'essai Albared and Kokanas in front of the COSRA factory. And old Amiens gardener. Swimming competition in the swimming pool of Amiens. The Indian Osman. Thank you.
Hello, I am Vincenzo. The Établissement de communication et de production audiovisuelle de la Défense, ECPAD, is a leading archive and audiovisual production center. As such, it preserves exceptional audiovisual and photographic archive collection on all contemporary conflicts in which the French army has been involved since 1915. That is to say, 15 million photos and 94,000 hours of film. His collections are constantly enriched by the production of military reporters, the contributions of defense organizations, and personal donations. The ECPAD is a real-time witness of the commitment of the French armed forces in all territories. The ECPAD keeps the photograph of the photographic section of the army. Thank you.
Excellent. Hello, my name is always Louis Tessedou. The Army photographic section was established in the spring of 1915. The French Army understood that the Germans were using photography for propaganda purposes. The recruited photographer, like Emmanuel Mas, who could be seen in this photograph, and disabled men. Next one. The photo lab of this section is in Paris. Next one. We could find a lot of pictures of Indian soldiers in this archive. We could find the arrival in Marseille. Next one. Or we could find Indian soldier in Paris during the national day. Okay. Next one. And we have got a lot of autochrome. We could see Punjab soldiers. Next one. We have got some films, so we can see. It is interesting to see what catches the attention of the cameraman. It is daily life that it's in here. Gastronomy, a structuring element of culture, was the center of attention. It's in the Indian soldier camps near Amiens. Thank you. And the next one. Thank you. And in March 1918, the city of Amiens was destroyed by German artillery. We could see a lot of pictures of Indian soldiers, like this one. We could see Indian soldier at Saint-Roch railway station in Amiens. This station was destroyed. Next one, please. And it's an emblematic picture. We could see a French railway station destroyed by German artillery. And we could see Italian volunteers and an Indian soldier on this picture. Thank you. And the last one. This project compares the photograph of Raoul Berthollet taken in 1918 and the photograph of the photographic section of the army taken in 1918. it shows the tangent of the war. Next one. We could see the destruction of Amiens and the place of the woman. Next one. And we have got a little film. Ah, c'était la vidéo. Ah, et on a les sous-titres, apparemment. Oh, ok. Prochaine. Okay. It's okay. We have translated some letters of Indian soldiers. It's very important for us because we could understand the culture and the sensibility of the Indian soldier. Next one, please. This extract is like a slogan because it's very, very important. Do not think that it's war. This is not the war, it's the ending of the world. Next one. And next one. Okay. We did one exhibition with 2 seats. The main library of Amiens and the railway station. Next one. We could see the installation of the exhibition by the students. Next one. And it's very particular because we did an exhibition in the railway station. So we did a public history and all the passengers who could see the picture. Next one. Next one. It's us with a seminar, during the seminar of defense, yeah, seminar of education with the picture. Next one. And we can see all the students work for the seminar and the project. Next one. And this project will continue We were in Picardy yesterday. Today we are in New Delhi. And maybe we'll be in Oslo soon because members of the Indian Labour Corps have been photographed by French army photographers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take the question answers for Louise and Jerome's presentation together. Up next, we have Jerome, who's been running a similar project as Louise in France, and he will be speaking about the Indian Labour Corps in Eastern France.
Une personne qui va parler, là, et ensuite nous posons des questions.
Ok.
Une session de questions-réponses.
Ok. Il parle en visio.
Oui, en visio.
Ça se voit.
Chez nous, chez qui là?
Ah oui, c'est vrai, ça. Ok.
Oui.
Hello. Hi, Jerome. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Over to you now. We're just putting your presentation up.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. So I think I can say good afternoon because it's noon now in India. I'm very honored to be with you thanks to the internet. So unfortunately, contrary to my colleague, I wasn't allowed to go to India because the school project was completed in 2018 for the centenary of a Great War. So today is a normal working day in France. So sorry, but I'm very pleased to introduce my school project. So it was in 2016. We can see the first slide. And the second one, sorry. So visiting Southern Cemetery in Nancy, I discovered a series of Indian graves, and most of them are the graves of Indian laborers. So I was very surprised. Who were those men? Why did he die in Eastern France? The presence of Indian units in France during the Great War was well known to me, but what was an Indian laborer? First, we must say that the role played by the troops coming from the French and British colonial empires is taught in France since the 1980s. With the current national curriculum, the Battle of the Somme is the major aspect of the study of the Great War, with a mention of the Indian cavalry, for example. But what about the humble laborers? What about the Indian Labor Corps? So I decided to involve a class in a study, and the work lasted 3 years with an increasing extent. The next slide, please. So we discovered, thanks to the records and archives kept by, at the time it was the Imperial War Grave Commissions, 8 military cemeteries in Nancy and in the vicinity, and there are 76 graves of Indian laborers. So first we read some articles and books dealing with the Great War, those documents indicated that some companies of the Indian Labour Corps were sent to eastern France in the south of Nancy to build some airfields for the Royal Flying Corps. So contrary to northern France, where Indian soldiers, sepoys, were numerous, there were only Indian laborers in eastern France, working for a very short period with other units of other labor corps, for example, the Chinese Labor Corps or the Canadian Forestry Corps. So the year 2016 was the opportunity to study the coming of those men who are the forgotten ones of a great war. The sepoys are very well studied, I think, with a lot of documents. But what about, there was nothing about the Indian Labor Corps. The next slide, please. So I think the interest of the study in Eastern France was the laborers. In northern France, there were both soldiers, sepoys, and laborers, and other ones such as followers, for example. There are a lot of documents, postcards, for example. But what about laborers? It was the opportunity to study, to collect some documents dealing with them. Who were those men coming from India? Next slide. So in February 1917, the British created the Indian Labour Corps, a corps of military workers, and Indians were sent to France. It was a very long trip. For example, thanks to an article written by an Indian journalist and historian, we can see the long trip to France from India. For example, that unit, the 22nd Manipur Labour Corps, left Imphal in May 1917 and reached Marseille at the beginning of August. So it was a very long trip through the Indian Ocean, then after the Suez Canal, through the Mediterranean Sea. Most of the Indians laborers, of workers, were sent to northern France, but they were needed in eastern France too. Indeed, in October 1917, the British decided to bomb Western Germany in retaliation for the German raids on London. So they decided to organize and to build a series of airfields located in the south of Nancy. So the next slide. So Nancy is located in eastern France. In 1917, the city was located about 15 kilometers from the front line. It was the closest place between France and Germany. So it was the best area to build some airfields and to organize airstrikes over Germany. So the sepoys were sent to Nancy. After they were sent to some villages in the south of Nancy to build those 5 airfields. So we can see the next slide. So what was the military situation in Lorraine at the end of 1917? So contrary to what you can see on the photo, Lorraine was regarded as a quiet place. There was no great offensive or great battle until September 1918. Sorry. So the city of Nancy was regularly shells and bombs, shells by heavy guns, and bombed by airplanes. So the area was not risky, but not safe, we can say, because as we can see, the Indian laborers were allowed to go walking, to go visiting the city. You can see the next slide. So we can see a series of heavy shells fired at the city, and we can see some zeppelins, one of the two zeppelins shot down by the French anti-aircraft guns at that period. So we can say that military activities were limited with some risk, the risk of the city, of the cities located not far from the front, like Amiens, for example. We can see the next slide. So Indian laborers were needed near the city, and in October 1917, General de Castelnau authorized the British to organize the coming of 800 Indian laborers. You can see the record with the memo of General de Castelnau. So by August 1917, the British and the French negotiated the location or several lands and grounds in the south of Nancy to build the airfields. So you can see the next slide. So Indian laborers, probably coming from northern France, were sent to Nancy. First, a train carried them until Ludre. Ludre is a small city in the south of Nancy. You can see the railway station, and after trucks carried them until the ground selected by the British to build the airfields. So you can see the first photos of the coming of Indian laborers in Lorraine in October 1917, just after the ascent of General de Castelnau. You can see the next slide. So at that time, the Royal Flying Corps was present in Lorraine in two airfields, Auchet and Autreville. So the two airfields were too narrow to welcome new squadrons. So the Indian Labour Corps should build 5 new airfields located in the south of Nancy, Aslo, was the most important one, Tantonville, Bétoncourt, Reville-aux-Chênes, and Xapheville. So, as you can see, the Indian laborers were located not far from the front line, between 20 kilometers and 40 kilometers from the front line. So they were not along the front line. So from October 1917 to February, March 1918, 16 companies of the Indian Labour Corps were sent to the south of Nancy, building 5 airfields, new airfields, to welcome some squadrons of heavy bombers. 10 squadrons in all. You can see the next slide. So there were various situations in that area. First, the Indians located in the eastern part, sorry, of that area were billeted in damaged zones destroyed by the battle that occurred in September 1914. So you can see the damaged villages, for example, and the airfields were built not far from those ruined zones. But other Indians should work in undamaged zone, in quiet villages and undamaged villages. So we can see the next slide. So what were the living and working conditions in Lorraine? First, there were about 7,000 Indian laborers in Lorraine during that short period. So first, they were billeted in barns and farms. For example, you can see an interesting photo taken at Gerbévillers, and you can see the Indian laborers with French and American officers and soldiers. Indeed, Indian laborers were regarded as exotic people. So they're like Amiens, there were a lot of photos taken at that time. So you can see the next slide. So an over photo with Indians. So the great problem in that area was cold. The winter was very cold. For example, in January 1918, the temperature hit minus 22 degrees. So Indians suffered a lot from cold, from flu, and from diseases, pneumonia, for example. And you can see other ones billeted in a derelict barn. You can see the other slides. So the other solution chosen by the British was the building of Nissen huts. It was more comfortable, for example. So you can see the new houses of the Indians, and that photo was taken in Gerbévillers. Gerbévillers was very important because two airfields should be built in that area, Xaffévillers and Roville-aux-Chênes. So we can see the next slide. And you can see an over airfield by the British. It's Aslo. So you can see some Indians walking, and you can see in the background some Nissen huts. So we can see the over slide. So Auguste Goulden, who was a French photographer, a soldier, took a lot of photos at Aslo, and a film was shot too, lasting 8 minutes. So it's a very precious document dealing with the Indian Labor Corps. So the Indians should pick up stones with net because the ground chosen by the British was very rocky. And we must say the Indian laborers were regarded as beasts of burden. They should carry woods, for example. All hard labor should be done by Indians without any machines. We can see any caterpillar, for example. There was no horses, for example. We can see another slide. So after cutting wood, after picking up stones, drainage was very important because the ground as Aslo was a kind of swamp. So water was a great problem for the building of a new airfield. So you can see the Indians digging trenches, not for combat use, but for water, for example, and to make the land stable. Next slide. So the living conditions were rustic, but similar to those of other parts of the front and similar to the ones living by other soldiers. You can see, for example, Indian cooking outside the Nissen huts, or there's a kind of little house, for example. So we can see, thanks to the records and photos, that Indian laborers were well fed with chapatis, for example. They can cook their own meals thanks to earthen ovens located outside the Nissen huts, of course. And we can see, for example, a huge quantity of rice cooking thanks to the cooks and the personnel of the Indian Labor Corps. We can see the next slide. Okay, so all those documents were discovered, or some photos were already published in books, but the school project discovered a lot of other photos and the film. So we use, for example, the archives and records dealing with the Indian Labor Corps, the list of the Imperial War Grave Commission, but we have French records too. So we can see the next slide. Local newspapers were very useful too to describe the everyday life of the Indians. And next slide. So we decided to pay homage to the Indians by visiting the cemeteries, leaving some poppies on the crosses of remembrance. You can see the next slide. And above all, we had the support of famous historians, Monsieur Ranachina and Tony McClenaghan, who came to France to support our project from the start. You can see the next slide. So they went to our high school and they were very kind to the pupils, supporting all the project. And we can see the last part of the project with the slide. So Oslo was chosen to commemorate the coming of the Indian Labor Corps. It's the only airfield built by the Indians, which is still in use in Eastern France. The next slide. So we designed a plaque, a colored plaque with the symbolic flowers of both France, UK, and India, and two other aluminum plaques with a story of the Indian Labor Corps. The next plaque, the next slide, sorry. So there was a ceremony at Oslo on the 22nd of September 2018. The pupils were very happy to unveil the plaque, and there were the support of local politicians, veterans, and the India embassy sent a military attaché. And we have, of course, Monsieur Ranachina and Tony McClenaghan. So the last one. So we can see now the new aspect of the grave. We were very happy to design 3 plaques honoring the Indian Labor Corps, the forgotten ones of the Great War. And you can see the last final slide. So we thank all the Indians for their support. It was a very significant project, and we were very honored to commemorate the presence of the Indian Labour Corps. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for your invitation. So we can see the zone of recruitment of the Indians.
Thank you very much to both Louise and Jerome for all the work that they've been doing. If we have any questions, we can throw the house open for any questions that there may be for both of them.
I have a question for both French teachers, and the question is: have you also looked for or searched for witness accounts of the local population, apart from the newspaper articles, of the Indian presence in France? Donc, s'il y a des témoignages de la population civile concernant les Indiens.
Oh, Jerome.
It's up to you. It's Louis or it's me. It's up to you. I start. So I found some records, local testimonies dealing with the presence of the Indian laborers. It was a series of letters from Xafeville. Xafeville was one of the villages selected by the British. And in that letter, Indians laborers were regarded as discreet people working hard without any complaint, but suffering terribly from cold. And we found some photos taken by locals because they like taking photographs of the Indians laborers. So there was not only official archives or records, but we have local testimonies of the presence of the Indian Labour Corps in Lorraine.
Guy, yeah, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guy, and then
from Exeter University. Thank you both very much. Merci beaucoup à vous toutes. Quick question for you, Jérôme. If you're interested in exploring the Second World War graves in Nancy, I would be very interested in doing that with you, because my current research is about Indian Army prisoners of war. And the chaps who are buried in Nancy were prisoners of war. So that would be very interesting to do that. And I have a question for les élèves. I'm interested in what you have learned. Qu'est-ce que vous avez appris? Qu'est-ce que vous avez appris? Pas seulement les faits, not just the facts, but also the attitude. How has it changed you as persons? En quelle façon vous avez changé?
Good morning, I'm Véronique Camus. I'm the English teacher in Edouard Grand Vocational High School. So the students say that they didn't know they were Indian soldiers during World War I. So they learned that, and they learned the relationships between Indian soldiers and the other soldiers. Is that it? Anything else? Are we answering your questions? Thanks.
More responses as well. So, well,
Okay, the students say that thanks to these photographs, they are here today in New Delhi, in India. So they are very happy and honored to be here with you today.
thank you. Yeah, that gentleman, please. Yeah.
I got a mic. It's to him and also partly to you. It's very intriguing that in that particular map you showed, Imphal, which is right on the other side of India bordering Myanmar, you had people coming all the way to Nancy to build an airport. And I've been into that area as well. How come local labor or the French colonies and their labor were not used for this exercise? Why were Indian labor used to build an airport in France?
Yes,
Is there any?
Yeah, I can answer. Yeah.
Jerome?
Yeah, I can. Okay, it's my turn. Okay, because at that time, 50,000 inland laborers were available. They were sent to France, and they were available to work in Eastern France. I think that manpower was immediately available to build those 5 airfields, but they were not the only ones to work. There were laborers from the Chinese Labor Corps, but not in the same places, not far from those airfields. So Indians, I think, were selected by the British after long talks with the French to build those 5 airfields. And we can mention, for example, the Canadian Forestry Corps at the same place. So they were the bulk of the manpower in that area. They were available. They were present in France for a few weeks. So they were sent immediately in Eastern France when the British decided to bomb Germany from Lorraine.
And there were no labor from the French African colonies.
Yeah, it's a very important question. It's very strange because the Indian Labor Corps replaced colonial colonial French workers. It is very strange because we must be honest. There were troubles with the colonial workers from Morocco. First, they were sent to Eastern France, and there were troubles with the population. So they were replaced by the Indian Labor Corps, and we had no problem with Indians. We can say that Indians were very appreciated by the French because there was never any trouble with them, contrary to, it's the records, I'm sorry, contrary to other ones, for example, the Moroccans.
I'll I'll allow one last question, please, because we've run out of time. So the gentleman in Inco. There were a number of labor corps, sir. You had the Egyptians, you had the Chinese, as of course the French colonials. You even had a British labor corps. Part of the reason, as far as the French themselves were concerned, is there were manpower shortages. So this is one of the reasons, of course. And in India, one of the other problems that you had, you have to remember that a lot of these labor corps that went from India were from what traditionally what were considered non-martial. So when they decide to raise a labor corps from the Punjab, the government of India, actually the army department steps in and says, no, this is our recruiting ground. We cannot send Dogras, Punjabis, Pathans, etc. Look for labor in different parts of the country, which is why they start going to these areas where people had never ever ventured out before. But that's I mean, it's a different.
People basically fought 1857.
Yes, yes, yes. No, that's a separate thing. I mean,
I think the idea is to try to understand.
sure.
For example, I showed you a photograph where the current president of India is.
Sir. Yes. So
The question is that who did this? Is there some documentation, like you see decisions on fighting forces for this purpose and use the mother source and so on. But you know how it is, everybody does the fighting finally, right? So the question I wanted to ask was, because the reverse is also true. When these people came back, they came back with different mindsets.
Yes.
So there were two basic questions, that the French and the British were the biggest colonizers of the planet around the same time in the 19th century.
Yes.
And they had a big base in Africa and other parts of the world as well. How come the Indian labor division was used to create assets and infrastructure in France when there was something local? That was the context of my question, right?
Oh, okay.
Anglo-French and they have a treaty and so on.
As Jerome has pointed out, the Indian laborers, like the Indian soldiers, were better by and large than the others. I mean, even the Egyptians, they have huge problems with them, so they prefer to send the Indian
More
laborers.
docile Indians.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Shafani, should we then break for lunch? Is it okay? We'll now break for lunch and reassemble back at 2 o'clock, and the lunch is still in the same place. Okay, so we break for lunch. Please be back here at 2 o'clock, and lunch is served in the pavilion where the tea was laid out. Please join me in giving a big hand to Jerome and Padre Sofatu.
Oh, thank you very much. Very honored.
Thank you, Jerome. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. Ah, super. Ah, c'était sûr, c'était super. Quel point, j'aurais bien aimé.
Eu vou
Good afternoon, Dr. Thakur. Can you hear us?
Can
So
you
I'll
hear
just
me?
come to the front. Just a minute, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, sir. Hi, sir. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you pretty well. Can
Okay,
you?
I believe the connection at your end is fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we will begin shortly in about 5-10 minutes. So
Sure.
once
Sorry,
everybody
can I
assembles
just
back.
Ken would be
Sorry.
pushing it a bit because I have to leave at 11:30 my time, which is yeah.
Hi, can you hear us, Vinny?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So we'll start, I think there's still 3 minutes to
Sure.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll start at 2, no problem.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being here. Very, very kind of
Pleasure.
you.
It's a very
And
pleasure. Yeah.
yeah, really looking forward to
Sure. Thanks.
hearing your presentation. We've had a very interesting session so far.
Right.
And I think your presence just enriches it all that more because it balances it out, gives it a little bit of a non-military flavor.
Yeah, I think you're very kind to me, but I just hope to sort of to be able to contribute something. I wasn't sure what sort of my role is, but we'll see.
Well, yeah, no, I think it's yeah. Oh, I think he's sorry. Yeah. No, the intent is basically to to get a sense of how India's well, the intent is actually fairly broad. First and foremost, how India's military contribution during the wars leads towards diplomatic representation in due course.
Right.
And how that's also significant for us today, as an independent country, because you can't disassociate yourself from these linkages because it's all process, right? That's
right. True.
It's been carrying on for over 100 years.
True.
So I think essentially to kind of start a dialogue around that to get a better understanding of how these things are played out.
Sure.
So I haven't read your book, but I did read a review of it, which is very good. And I think when when the world slows down a bit, I'll get a copy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
So I'll just get everybody in, and another 2 minutes we'll start.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Hello, Rana. Hello. Hello.
So, uh, can I request everyone to please settle down? Anusha. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome back. Up next, we have Dr. Vineet Thakur, a university lecturer at Leiden University of Netherlands, and he will be, and his session will cover the interwar diplomatic history of India. Over to you, Professor.
Thanks very much. I think I had a PowerPoint. I don't know if it's possible to play. It's a couple of slides, but yeah, great. Thanks. As you'll see, the title has changed a bit, but I'll explain it. First of all, thank you to the ESI for inviting me to present in this conference. I'm really honored and delighted to be able to join you, albeit virtually. I'm not a military historian, so I must confess that I was a little surprised when I initially received the invitation. But the organizers, I think, were kind enough not to push me beyond my area of comfort. So in my talk, I'm going to talk more about India's diplomacy, and indeed focus more on how the First World War was instrumental in the birth or the origins of Indian diplomacy. Next slide, please. An often repeated claim about India in the interwar period is that India was an anomalous actor, or an actor with a quasi-international status. India, and British India to be more specific, was the only non-self-governing country with treaty-making powers. India was, as D.H. Miller once noted, an anomaly among anomalies as the only non-self-governing country to be a member of the League of Nations. India was also a member of affiliated organizations of the League, such as the International Labour Organization, the Permanent Court of International Justice at The Hague. India also participated in the Imperial War Conferences of 1918, 21, 23, 26, 32, 37, and in 1944, when it was called the Commonwealth Prime Ministers Conference. India participated in the Washington Naval and Disarmament Conference. As you'll see in the picture on your right, is the man in the turban there is V.S. Srinivas Sastry, who's sitting on the main table because he's representing India at that conference. On the left, of course, is the famous picture, the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, where Maharaj Ganga Singh, sort of Bikaner, is there. India also participated in the Geneva Economic Conference in 1927, London Naval Conference of 1930, and the Hague Reparations Conferences of 1929 and 30. India was the founding member of the United Nations, and indeed, when India became an independent state, it was already a signatory to 627 treaties and a member of 51 international organizations. By the time Jawaharlal Nehru took on the reins of Indian interim government in September of 1946, India already had 13 missions abroad. So the point I'm trying to convey is that India had quite a substantial international presence, which was somewhat extraordinary for a colony. So initially, while I had thought what I'd do is discuss India, in particular Indians, because one of the claims often is, well, India might be involved, but what about Indians? So initial thought was to discuss how Indians conducted diplomacy in the interwar period. But then I eventually decided to keep to the theme of the conference rather than my initial title. So what I want to do is sketch the motivations of the emergence of India in the aftermath of the First World War. However, if you're still interested in India's interwar diplomacy, I would recommend you to three recent books. Next slide, please. The first is Sneh Mahajan's 2018 book titled Foreign Policy of Colonial India, 1900-1947. This book looks at the strategic motivations and mechanisms of British India's foreign policy. The second is a wonderful book by Amit Das Gupta titled The Indian Civil Service and Indian Foreign Policy, 1923-61. This book looks at the making and evolution of Indian foreign policy from an Indian and institutional perspective. So essentially, Das Gupta charts the evolution of the very cumbersomely titled Department of Education, Health and Lands. But this is an important department because this was the department that dealt with most prominently the questions related to overseas Indians. And in a way, what Das Gupta argues is that while it is understood that Indians had little to say in strategic questions of Indian foreign policy, it is equally true that as far as the issue of rights of overseas Indians was concerned, which also related to issues of racial discrimination. Indian members, from politicians to diplomats, had considerable degree of agency in determining Indian positions. In fact, one could argue that the principles of Nehruvian foreign policy, especially its anti-racialism, drew on the years of hard work that Indian politicians and diplomats had done at the international platforms by then. And finally, I must do the immoderate task of recommending my own book, which, if Amit's book takes a sort of an institutional perspective, mine takes a much more personal perspective. I look at the diplomatic life of an individual who combined this politician and the diplomat, V.S. Srinivasa Sastry. Shastri, I argue in the book, was a roving ambassador for India in the 1920s and consequently India's first diplomat. I think you can close the PowerPoint now. Thank you. So the question I want to address today is why and how is it that Indian diplomacy emerges at the end of the First World War? What role does the war play in emergence of India as an international actor? And I'll argue that the exceptionality of India as a non-self-governing international actor can be understood through entanglement of three key developments. And they are, first, India's military participation in the First World War. Second, the change of the balance of power in the empire with the increased autonomy of the white settler dominions. And third, the emergence of trader/soldier rather than the indenture worker as the subject of rights within the empire. Okay, so the first one then. The First World War, a term later coined by British soldier turned journalist Charles Rippington, as we all know, started in June 2014. But in the course of the war, Ireland saw a full-scale mutiny against Britain. South Africa came perilously close to it, and the Bolshevik Revolution fanned the fires of self-determination across the empire. Britain's former Prime Minister, Arthur Balfour, worried that the war had taught, and to quote him, organized forces of men either by industrial devices or by united action of their numerical superiority, which could enforce their views. So a lesson, he argued, a lesson that if the East were to learn and act upon will bring the British rule in India to an abrupt end. Yet, remarkably, India, which had seen a growing unrest against colonial rule just before the war, remained by and large peaceful. This was despite the depleted strength of the British and Indian forces in the country. The Indian Viceroy, Lord Hardinge, no stranger to the mutinous potential of Indians considering that he had survived a bomb attack, was proud of India's loyalty, as he told the New York Times, that at one time during the war, there were only 10,000 to 13,000 British troops in India, a country of 315 million. Where Hardinge saw reassurance, the Ghadar Party, a revolutionary party of Indians based in North America, saw opportunity, enough for planning a wide-scale mutiny in India. The mutiny was crushed before it could start, and the revolutionary activity with India was largely contained. However, the German financial support to this planned mutiny tainted Ghadar for other Indian leaders who by and large supported the empire in the war. In fact, the two Indias, British as well as the princely, had enthusiastically marched the men, money, mortar and mammal on the side of the empire. Even the likes of Annie Besant, Bal Gangadhar Tilak and Mohandas Gandhi, otherwise radically opposed to the government, had appealed for wartime recruitments into the army. The fiery poetess, politician Sarojini Naidu, appealed, to quote her, give the very flower of her manhood so that England's need may be served incidentally and India's need ultimately. The British were thus as thankful for the general lack of revolutionary activity in India as they were for the material support that Indians had provided. Consequently, in Britain, India's participation in war generated considerable sympathy for India's claims for political reforms and representation. A great outpouring of messages during the war commended the service of Indian soldiers in the time of war and the loyalty to the empire by Indians in general. As early as November 1914, Charles Roberts, speaking on behalf of the Secretary of State of India, asserted in the House of Commons that India should, quote, occupy a space in our free empire worthy alike of our ancient civilization and thought of the valor of our white fighting races and the patriotism of her sons. India now, he continued, claims to be not a mere dependent of, but partner in the empire, quote closed. So India had matched up to the standards of civilization, to use Kerith Krong's phrase, and hence now was a nation worthy of equal status. The nation, as it was understood in Europe, was in fact the highest manifestation of colonially constructed ideas of masculinity. As the sociologist Charles Tilly was to write, war made the state and state made war. However, unlike Tilly's imagining of it, war is more than a functional necessity for the idea of a nation. In the lore of nationhood, great nations become so only after going through the metaphorical rites of circumcision in war and coming out bloody but manly on the other side. Each nation has tales of war, valor, and bravery at the center of its own imagination. And so for India, this sort of assertion of its masculinity in a way was of particular importance because India had been constructed as feminine by British colonialism. As post-colonial scholars such as Ashish Nandi and Partha Chatterjee have argued, femininity was deemed the character of Indian civilization that purportedly made it inferior to the more masculine Western civilization. The writings of James Mill, Thomas Macaulay, and even Karl Marx are filled with expositions of the feminine, cowardly, and treacherous character of Indians. 19th century Indian writers such as Bankim Chandra Chatterjee deeply resented this construction of India and blamed it on the lack of the sense of nationhood among Indians. To be more specific, Bankim is writing about Hindus rather than Indians here, and he exhorts Hindus to bring India into existence by fighting against first either the Muslims or the British. So this would, for some of these anti-colonial nationalists, prove India's civilizational parity with the British and the West in general. So the First World War was thus India's moment of reclamation of that masculinity, a nationhood and civilization. The vitality of that moment could be gauged from the very fact that even Mahatma Gandhi chose to depart from his lifelong insistence on non-violence in favor of Indians arming themselves in the imperial cause. Addressing a public manifesto with regard to war recruitment in 1918, Gandhi admonished the British for keeping India without arms and for making Indians effeminate. The war was, he believed, India's moment of national assertion, which could only happen through abolition of India's femininity. To make this point clearer, it is perhaps also useful to contrast this with another moment, another war at the turn of the century. Slightly over a decade before First World War, Indian soldiers had been sent to South Africa during the Anglo-Boer War, also Gandhi's first war, by the way. In this war, Indian forces had been forced to see the conflict from the sidelines as non-combatants. They were not allowed to fight in the white man's war. The Anglo-Boer War, the first war of the British Empire in which armed forces from across the white empire fought on one side and, as one observer said, forged a commonwealth in the ties of blood. While Indian forces were otherwise used for imperial wars across the empire's non-European frontiers, such as in Sudan and Egypt, in this particular conflict, which had white combatants on the opposing side, Indian blood had been deemed too polluted. Indians had now fought, and so in the First World War, Indians fought with and against European soldiers and had done remarkably well, so much so that the former Boer War General Jan Smuts himself had lauded the courage of Indian troops under him who fought against the Germans. Now that India had shown their sort of masculine equality with whites, Indians demanded an equality of status at the level of with white dominions. In September 1915, Muhammad Shafi, who later became a member of the Viceroy's Executive Council, introduced a resolution for separate representation of India in the imperial conferences. Comparing the salience of India with the other dominions, Asad Ali argued that India generated more than 3.5 times the revenue of Canada, 4 times that of Australia, 4.5 times that of South Africa, and more than 7 times the revenue generated by New Zealand. Another member, M.B. Dadaboy, asked, quote, "Will the imperial government be reluctant to remove once and for all our badge of inferiority and raise us in the scale of nations?" Quote closed. The resolution received enthusiastic support, and the argument, frankly, was unmistakably strong and heeded too by London. Consequently, in the next gathering of the members of the empire in 1917, India was invited to participate as an equal member. The 3-member delegation constituted for the first time 2 Indians, Sir Satyendra Sinha and the Maharaja of Bikaner. Furthermore, this Imperial War Conference passed a resolution necessitating steps to secure the assent of various governments, that is, various white settler governments, so that India should be fully represented at all imperial conferences. While acknowledging the British dominions as the autonomous nations of an imperial commonwealth, the conference also recognized India at the strong insistence of Satyendra Sinha as an important part of the same. Sinha was also able to insert India's name in the line which read, quote, "recognize the rights of dominions in India to an adequate view in foreign policy and foreign relations," quote closed. With these additions, India's status as a quasi-international actor was established, and it was from here on that India was able to participate as a full member in the Imperial Conferences, Paris Peace Conference, League of Nations, and other international organizations. So the equality of India was also mounted on the argument for the autonomy of the white dominions, and this is the second point I want to make today. The broader question of the constitution of the British Empire had haunted imperial enthusiasts on the eve of the war. The surge of Japan, Germany, and the United States from late 19th century onwards increasingly chipped at the British hegemony of the seas. By the first decade of the 20th century, there were no more distant challengers, but serious contenders. Britain could no more foot the military bill alone and needed the empire's constituents to pull their military weight to defend its vast territorial and naval expanse. In the war, the dominions in India had come to the empire's aid, temporarily deferring the crisis. But the question remained, could the instrumentality of purpose ever be a guarantee of a long-term commitment? The war, in a way, was an exceptional event of an unimaginable scale. Would this support also be forthcoming when the empire is forced to retreat by nudges and pokes? Furthermore, with every ounce of imperial defense required for guarding the empire's borders, vast and expanding borders, India could ill afford the luxury of continuous coercion against assertive nationalisms in the colonial empire, especially in Ireland, in India, and Egypt. So the empire as a whole needed a new empire ideal, an empire 2.0, as it were. And the ideological basis for this Empire 2.0 was provided by a group of imperial-minded men known as the Round Table, who proposed the federation of empire into a commonwealth. The federation scheme envisioned a form of shared governance of the empire by Britain and white settler colonies. But the idea that the notoriously racist dominions would co-govern Britain's colonies, including India, was alarming to several Indian nationalists. The Indian liberal leader, V.S. Srinivas Sastry, asserted at this point that it would be ludicrous to think that dominions, some of which were hardly more advanced in their own political institutions than India, would not only be ranked higher than India in the new imperial hierarchy, but also govern India. This would reduce India to, quote, a household drudge in the imperial family, compelled to put on the livery not only of Great Britain, but of New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Canada, and petty Newfoundland, quote closed. So he argued that India was now called upon to serve more masters and worse masters. So unless Indians fleshed out ideas of their own, initiated schemes which reflected the demands and desires of Indians, the dangers of being outthought by imperial enthusiasts were horrifyingly real. And this is the context in which two key proposals are put forward by Indians during the war. The first is the Memorandum of the 19, a proposal from 19 members of the imperial legislature. And second is the Congress League scheme, jointly agreed upon by the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League. Here, the cry for political reforms with India had reached a crescendo, partly out of the fear of being co-governed by the dominions, which eventually led to the famous Montagu Declaration of August 1917, which promised placing India on the path of responsible government. Now, this term responsible government obviously fell considerably short of the Indian demand for dominion status. But one of the outcomes was granting of dominion-like status to India on matters of imperial concern by including it in the imperial conferences. As I've just pointed out earlier, in a resolution passed at the Imperial Conference in 1918, India was recognized in the same league as the dominions and accordingly given equal representation on all platforms of international diplomacy. And this was mostly because of the extreme concern that Indians had shown about not being treated inferior to the dominions. But over time, as the pace of domestic reforms remained disappointing, the slowness of internal reforms were often pegged against the stunning quickness with which India had been seemingly given equality of status in the international realm. So in the 1920s, for instance, Indian liberal leaders like V.S. Srinivas Sastry and Tej Bahadur Sapru were convinced that the recognition of India's equality on the international platform was a proof of the inevitability of self-government within a few years. And their argument was that it's an exceptional scenario where a country is given equal status before it's given domestic equality. So surely they argued that, domestic sort of equality can't, or sort of dominion status can't be too far. As India's plenipotentiary at the Washington Naval Conference, where Sastry sat on the same high table as representatives from 9 states, including America, Britain, France, Japan, and Italy, He was convinced that India's diplomatic equality made full dominion status inevitable. Hence, India's seeming international equality here served two purposes. First, it gave India a status equal to the other dominions, hence mitigating concerns about being under any scheme of shared governance. And second, it allowed to signal to at least a section of Indian leadership the inevitability of dominion status, even when institutional reforms were slow. And third, and importantly here, India's external equality of status also had another, less appreciated function about India's internal status. The political unity of India was only concretized in its external representation. Internally, there were always two Indias, British India and princely Indias, with different political status. But the Indian representatives to the imperial and international conferences included representatives from both sets of political units. So India as a singular state, and indeed a nation, given that India's national movement had hitherto considered the question of princely states, was only concretized on the plane of diplomacy. So this discussion then allows us to move to the third key facet of the emergence of Indian diplomacy, and another event that goes often unnoticed when we look at the history of the First World War. The end of indenture in 1917 started to fill the labor shortage after the end of slavery. The Indian indenture labor fed the sugar plantations across the British Empire from Guyana to Fiji, displacing almost 3.5 million Indians in an 80-year period. Strong protestations from Indian nationalists who highlighted the plight of indenture, as well as opposition by the white dominions, were instrumental in bringing end to the scheme. The settler colonies, or white dominions, were notoriously racist. In fact, they had gained their own national identities primarily in the context of their racial policies. The demands for decentralization of the empire had also come largely from them, and a key reason being that they wanted to create racialized regimes through immigration control. Britain, which had to worry about the insalubrious effects of legally racialized regimes in these colonies, in a way attempted to forestall explicitly racial measures through advocating other means such as education tests, property qualifications, and gentlemen agreements. These were, to put it another way, non-racist racist measures because they were meant to achieve the objective of stopping immigration from non-white countries without explicitly mentioning race. But by the end of the First World War, the balance of power between Britain and its white dominions had changed. With decentralization, if on the one hand India gained external equality, it was paralleled by the gaining of autonomy by the white dominions on the question of immigration. Indeed, the resolution in 1918 recognized the right of equal treatment of Indian overseas, but it also recognized the principle of domestic autonomy of white dominions with regard to maintaining the composition of their internal populations, basically their white populations, or maintaining policies of white Australia, white South Africa, white Canada, white New Zealand, and so on. Over the next few years, immediately after the World War I, the white dominions passed a slew of legislations aimed at maintaining white supremacy with regard to migration control. The question of immigration was now turned from an imperial issue to a domestic issue, meaning that the British had even lesser say on the racial ill treatment of Indians in these white settled dominions, and most prominently in South Africa. Now, to be fair, most Indian leaders were keen to see indenture go. The emerging Indian leadership in the moderate as well as extremist factions of the Indian National Congress was of the middle class and almost wholly composed of upper castes. For them, the ill treatment of Indians in the dominions created an impression of India as a coolie or a Shudra nation. So the stopping of indenture altogether for them was also a step in the direction of shifting the focus away from the poor coolie to the new Indian immigrant who was economically and socially slightly better off, the trader or the soldier. The trader and the soldier became the new good immigrant, who were the rights-bearing subjects of the British Empire, who in a way also fulfilled the conditions of equal British subjecthood via property qualifications. So now, since indenture had now ended, Indian leaders argued that the settler dominions had no further reasons to complain and certainly no justification to continue to racially discriminate against resident Indians. And since, as I've said, the issue of immigration was made from an imperial to a domestic issue, Indians could no more complain to Britain when a racist legislation were passed. Britain washed off its hands of any responsibility. But at the same time, they also did not want to completely alienate Indians, given how important the issue for it was for Indian leaders. After all, as Sapru said in the Imperial Conference of 1923, the treatment of Indians abroad was a question of India's izzat. Since Britain could no more intervene on behalf of Indians, a status of equality to India was an invitation to vicariously enjoy the benefits of sovereignty, that is, to parley bilaterally with the dominions on the question of rights of Indians. In other words, India was encouraged to bilaterally engage with the dominions, hence establishing a status of diplomatic equality. So as early as 1918, Satyendra Sinha, again, India's representative at the Imperial Conference, requested that South Africa host an Indian agent to liaise between the two governments. The suggestion was then not taken up, but was repeated in subsequent Imperial conferences and eventually adopted in 1927, when India sent its first agent to South Africa, which was V.S. Srinivas Sastry. This was the first ever diplomatic position of its kind within the Empire/Commonwealth. It was equivalent to the High Commissioner, which until then had only been exchanged between Britain and other settler dominions. So this was the first instance within the Empire where settled dominions in India or settled dominions among themselves had shared a High Commissioner level sort of official. And here, I think what we see is the bare bones of Indian diplomacy developing both as a practice and as a relatively autonomous institution. Now, importantly, the shift from the pejoratively named coolie, who in any case was not eligible for civic and political rights, to the trader/soldier who claimed equality on account of either the property qualifications or the services offered to the empire, proved an important identity claim for the Indian abroad. While the upper caste Indian elite was ashamed of the coolie, the trader/soldier was seen as India's own contribution to efforts at civilizing. So in a famous book written in 1918 by Aga Khan, the Aga Khan argued that the trader in East Africa had shown India to be capable of spreading civilization abroad. A crucial marker for self-government, as evidenced by white dominions, was a claim to civilize the natives. Whites across the empire, from Australia to South Africa to East Africa, had used the argument of civilizing nature of white mission to claim statehood for themselves. The white colonies had become dominions by projecting to be good civilizers. In East Africa, therefore, Aga Khan argued, India, through its trading class, had fulfilled its own civilization mission and thus qualified for dominion status. So the shift from the coolie to the trader-soldier was also manifested in increased agitations amongst the Indian community abroad. The Komatagamaru incident, for instance, of 1914, the spread of the revolutionary ideas among the Indian diaspora from America to Europe to Kenya through Ghadar and other anarchist movements had significantly shifted the narrative of a pliant and servile Indian coolie to a more active agitational and aspirational petty bourgeois class. Even in South Africa, where Gandhi led the Satyagraha movement, which ended in 1914, the demands and demographic, as Maureen Swan has argued, reflected the works of traders and the upper castes primarily. Hence, the new Indian abroad, the primary subject whose advocacy births this Indian diplomacy, is this rights-bearing subject, an outgoing, non-insulated, economically better off, and predominantly upper caste subject. So what I'm suggesting overall here is that these two key issues, the opening of the possibility of equality of India's status within the empire, and the shift in the demographic of the Indian, who would be the subject of rights, merge in a way to frame India's response through the practice of diplomacy. It is here that India's labor history, caste politics, diplomatic history, and military history converge. Thank you very much.
May I now please throw the house open for any questions? So.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks very much for a very nice presentation. I just want to ask you: is there anything that you read or what Gandhi said? What did he specifically talk about Indians going to war. The English king. And what about the Congress? Because, it appears that there is now a bit muted between the wars. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could, I mean, there was a problem. I think the first question was, what did Gandhi think of India's contribution to the war?
He's not, yes.
Okay.
On those lines. And what about the Congress itself? Because their attitude was a bit muted to Indians going to war. You had Lajpat Rai and others who did have a view.
Right.
The last spectrum was rather on the subject.
Right. Thanks very much. I think, as I said somewhere in my presentation, Gandhi, as Ashwin Desai and Ghulam Wahid wrote this sort of famous controversial book called The Stretcher Bear of the Empire. In the Anglo-Boer War, Gandhi had these ambulance corps, and he wanted to participate in the war, but he didn't think that Indians should participate in a combat role in the Anglo-Boer War. But when it came to First World War, Gandhi saw it as an opportunity where Indians should actively participate as combatants, and that's probably the only instance, like I said, where Gandhi actively supported war fighting. And the speech that I quoted from, he's very clear that we need to do it because we have this odious sort of tag of being very feminine. We need to sort of do away with this tag of being effeminate, and therefore we need to participate actively in the war. So he called for war recruitments. And similarly for other Indian leaders of the Indian National Congress, whether it was sort of the more radical group or the more moderate group, the moderates, of course, always supported India going to the war, but even some of the radicals, and this is the time when there's also an emerging split within the Congress, but the two of the most radical leaders at the time, Annie Besant and Bal Gangadhar Tilak, both of them quite opposed to Britain, as we know, but both of them also called for war recruitments because they thought that if India participated in the war, that will strengthen its sort of its demand for sort of a dominion status. And I think by and large within the Congress, there was an understanding that and given the promises that the British were giving, that India would be, if not granted dominion status, there'd be like major reforms after the end of the war. So the Congress, despite sort of the major split happening during the war, I think by and large supported participation in the war. It was only after the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms were announced, and not really that after, actually mostly Jallianwala Bagh and all of that, that the Congress started supporting the reforms as well. So I hope I answered.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sir, please.
Yeah.
That's a very engaging discourse. Yeah, it's an interesting point which I would just like to understand a little bit more about this feminist identity of India or Indians, which came in the way of, let's say, if we use a contemporary term, Indians expressing themselves on the global stage, because the British really didn't find that we were up to a masculine kind of identity. I'm sure you have really come across the partition of Bengal from 1905 to 1912, where a very serious extremist militant attacks by government repeatedly upper middle class and upper class Bengals. And one of the hypotheses as to why the British moved the capital from Calcutta to Delhi is because they were planning attacks on themselves. Now that doesn't quite sit well with this identity of the pronounced Indians, separating yourself to a white man. That. The second is that 1857, when that actually happened in the world, the white English and the brown skins outshined some leg and some by them. There were a number of Indian units that were raised on the basis of this martial law theory after 1857. So how did they go ahead and raise these particular laws if they really found that India had the ability to fight anywhere, as like any other man? Second question.
May I just add to what he just said, about Bengal and, all these secret societies, the Anushilan Samitis, which came up. Because when you go back even to the Ghadar party and what is happening in Punjab in the 1880s, 90s, and the 1910s, it's a hotbed of communism, Marxism. Bhagat Singh's father, uncles, and when Aurobindo Ghosh is traveling across in that time across India, he's also writing about the kind of fervor which is there. And by the time and Aurobindo reaches Calcutta, in that and really comes out from Baroda to Calcutta, by then again this whole theme of revolution is very much there and very tangible and real. So this feminine identity really is where does that come from?
Sorry, I just because there was sort of some kind of disturbance in the mic, so I couldn't really get the sort of the first question. But broadly, I think is it that what's being suggested is that okay, there was a lot of revolutionary activity in India before the war. So where does this sort of whole femininity argument come from? Is that the main question? And what was the second one? Sorry, the first sort of speaker. I couldn't understand that because I think the mic is a bit. That mic was a bit disturbed.
Yeah, the second one was regarding the period after the mutiny of 1857.
Right.
And the kind of issues that happened between the British and the Indians who were fighting them.
Right.
Raising of new British Indian army establishments based on the martial race theory.
Yeah.
Which was excluding the units that fought in 1857.
Right.
So why would the British raise such units from an effeminate population?
Right. Yeah. Thanks very much. I think the first point about that there was so much revolutionary activity in India, and you're absolutely right. I mean, Valentin sort of Kirol wrote this sort of infamous book called India Unrest, where before the war, everybody seemed to think that there's going to be a massive revolution in India, but that didn't happen. In fact, most of the revolutionaries either went underground because of sort of the sort of development of intelligence, British intelligence, suppression, name a number of things, and all of that happened. But also most of the revolutionaries went abroad. Most of the revolution to India was, happening. Ghadar was mostly abroad. So most of the revolutionaries had to sort of flee India at that point. Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and all of that. So British were quite sort of active in suppressing, I think, the revolutionary potential. But sort of the surprise, even for the British was that a lot of while the revolutionary activity, especially Ghadar, came from outside, there wasn't much support that Ghadar received within India, and that was quite a surprise to the British themselves. So that's the context in which I think I was saying that the British were actually quite thankful that there wasn't much, considering how much there was revolutionary activity there was before the first before the war. And then the British also had the problem in Ireland and Egypt and all of that. So considering all of that, the British were quite thankful that nothing really happened in India, which was their largest colony. The second point about the femininity of Indians, I think the two things here, one is whether Indians are feminine. That's not what I'm saying. That of course there's a revolutionary potential. There's a whole lot of that. But there's certain British discourse about Indian sort of colonization of India, and a discourse that Indians had also in a way internalized. So for instance, people like Bankim, even Vivekananda and others in a way argue that one of the reasons why Indians were colonized were because we became spiritualized and all of that kind of stuff. But the British thought of that Indian spirituality as sort of femininity, and therefore the logic or the idea of British colonialism was to infuse these Victorian masculine sort of values into it. So Indians were deemed as this feminine, treacherous, kind of sort of civilization. And then, of course, a certain sort of this whole martial race theory, in a way, also sort of bolsters that argument of Indian femininity, that there are few sort of races or tribes or communities which are martial, but otherwise the rest of the India is very feminine. So in a way that, so what I'm suggesting here is not really how Indians were Indians were feminine and all that. It's a certain discourse. It's a certain colonial discourse that is used to justify colonialism in India. Like in Africa, sort of the discourses about beastization of Africans, that Africans are like, animals and all of that. Asians, for most part, are feminized, are considered effeminate. And in a way, when India is not allowed to participate in these white men's wars, in a way that Indians argue that, it is because we are not, considered equal to the whites in war fighting. That's why we are excluded, and that's why World War I becomes such an important moment. It asserts this sort of masculinity of the sort of non-Western world, which in a way is drawing from the Japanese war, sort of victory over Russia in 1905 and all that. So there's a lot of history about that as well. So I just want to clarify, I'm not suggesting that Indians are effeminate. I'm suggesting that there was a colonial discourse about it, which in a way World War I effectively demolishes.
Just to sort of carry on the point, this is the first questionnaire again.
Right, yeah.
Do you feel that the role of a historian is to step back from narratives that are fed by whosoever is in power at that point of time? And I'm coming back to the specific point regarding the martial races versus the non-martial races. Now, it's an established fact that right through the 19th century, in different parts of India, whether in the south, whether in the east, whether in the north, there were Indian fighting, aside from the princely states, on behalf of the East India Company, right? It wasn't related to just the Sikhs and the Dogras or the hill tribes.
Yeah.
This was a creation post 1857, when they had to disband what was then the Bengal infantry and so on, and raise fresh formations. And then they bring out this narrative versus what you were just now saying, that the martial classes belong to the north, and everybody else in India is non-martial and more Bande Mataram and, Bankim Chandra and all of that. But that's a false narrative. So I'm asking, as a historian, when you start researching and looking at different, sources of information, do you have a contrarian view, or do you feel that this is cemented? That yes, the only martial races in India are in North India, and no other parts of India actually produce martial races, and therefore the British were right.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I wouldn't say that. So as a historian, sort of my purpose here is to say, okay, what was the justification being given for that, and how are Indians responding to that? I'm not in any case wanting to suggest that, okay, only sort of the martial races, it's in a way, it's sort of laying forward the discourse in a way is also a way of critiquing it. That's how they think. If the argument is that, okay, India only becomes nation through asserting its masculinity, I'm not saying that every country needs to be masculine enough to be a nation. I think there are two different points here. So I'm not at all suggesting the latter sort of interpretation. What I'm suggesting is that this was a justification and which World War I, in a way, helps to effectively demolish, and therefore it becomes even more difficult for the British to sort of, while the British, Indians are fighting everywhere else, it's easier for sort of Britain to sort of dismiss that. But when Indians are fighting alongside the British against, whites, sort of this whole sort of civilizational hierarchy argument is demolished. So I hope I wasn't in any way suggesting that, and that'll be sort of, I'd be horrified if that's what I would sort of was. Could be an interpretation that Indians were feminine. No, that's not at all what I'm saying here.
So, if we may take the last question by Ghi, please.
Thank you very much. From Exeter University. Fascinating and interesting story you painted us here of the acceptance of India and the growth of India's power at a point when it still seemed as if it was the actor of the international scene. So I'm wondering what post-first World period was it that did wrong? How was it that the British mishandled the situation, so that things went so. The independence was so slow and took such a long time and was so mishandled by the British. It seems to be a recognition, on one hand, actually, India had the ability to do lots of some things for itself and to operate on the international stage and to be part of the League of Nations, and yet it wasn't capable of governing itself. So why did the British, how did the British mishandle it? Is it that was misunderstood or done wrong?
Sorry, again, partly because of this sort of whole mic thing. If I understand correctly, you're saying so there's discrepancy between India being representing itself at the League of Nations and not being self-governing enough. How did the British sort of handle the discrepancy? Yeah. Oh, great. Because that's exactly the point that Indians were saying, that, well, if you think of us as being good enough to represent India outside, how is it that you don't think that we are good enough to sort of self-govern or rule ourselves? And that, in a way, is sort of a, you know, I don't want to plug my book, but the person that I talk about, V.S. Srinivas Sastry, he's this India's diplomat. He's this equal citizen of the world, but when he comes to India, he's a colonized individual. And that fundamental sort of conflict is what is pushing Indians to keep sort of asking the British that why don't, if you think of us as good enough to represent India outside, why are we not good enough to self-govern? And India, the British, in a way, sort of through reforms, are trying to say, well, you know, we agree that, you know, you're better than other colonies, but we just want to do it in stages so that, you know, it's the reforms are sort of easier, you know, and in terms of that thing. But you're absolutely right, there's this contradiction. But what I was also suggesting was that this contradiction also helps to reassure a lot of Indians, to say that, all right, you know, we are the only colony which has been given this international status, which means that, you know, we will be given dominion status. Isn't too far. It's going to happen soon, because otherwise, how would the British, you know, sort of, you know, they can't be giving us sort of international equality if they don't want to give us dominion equality. There was at the same time the whole Irish issue, and the Indians were even more concerned and convinced that, well, if the British did not give India dominion status, India would turn out to be another island, and probably the British wouldn't be able to handle that. So, so in a way, it was sort of, like I said, it was kind of something that actually was reassuring to a lot of these Indian leaders. But of course, by the late 1920s, when this didn't happen, the Simon Commission and all of that, by then, a lot of these Indian leaders became disillusioned. But at least in the early 1920s, there was a great sense that India is going to become a dominion status precisely because India is this internationally equal actor.
Thank you, Professor Thakur. It's been an extremely interesting session. I'd just like to take this opportunity to make a few remarks on some of the points that have been raised during the very interesting follow-on discussion. If I may, the idea of a conference is to confer, and I think it's so. The first point I think about the martial races, I think essentially that of course has been debunked. I don't think anybody, and even what Professor Thakur was providing us was with the context in which all of these racialized theories were put into place by the British. But I do think that he has a point that a lot of this was internalized by Indian society. Even today, you find at very high levels, people talk about a sense of inferiority. I don't have a sense of inferiority, but there are some people who will still use that even in political discourse. And that, I think, is a follow-on of this colonial injection into our sense of identity. That's one. To answer what Guy was, talking about, if I may use, respond from a kind of a Indian nationalist perspective, you know, a red Indian perspective, white man speak with forked tongue. Basically, and that was because you'll find that, of course, that the the colonial authorities or the British in India were not, it wasn't a monolithic entity, right? So there were various people. There were some people who were sympathetic towards the Indian demands, and then there were others that were more, let's say, that viewed the situation through a kind of a racialized narrative that they had been fed upon. So that's where you find a lot of these coming in. One of the things which the First World War does is, apart from giving India a place at the high table as far as diplomacy, well, not a high table, but at least getting its foot in the door as far as its presence on the international stage is concerned. But even from a military point of view, the Indianization of the Indian army, the very fact that for the first time now, the British are willing to concede that actually Indians can lead men. And even in that, they are very reluctant to give commissions to officers who do not come from the martial races. And that, of course, as we all know, is nonsense. And all of those theories have been very thoroughly debunked. But that doesn't mean that they don't. They actually provide us with the kind of the prism or the lens with which to view these racialized processes. And there were so many others. So I'll leave it there at that. But we can talk about that later. Shefali, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Professor Thakur. May I now request Ambassador Ashok Mukherjee, former permanent representative of India to the United Nations, to please deliver his presentation.
Can you hear me, Shefali? That's the first question. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Well, I would like to thank USI for inviting me to make a presentation today. I am fortunate because this journey on commemorating the First World War began in 2010-11, and I was part of that journey. And it's nice to see how this journey has evolved. I found Professor Thakur's presentation really fascinating, and I would like to thank him for it. Today, what I wanted to do is to focus on an aspect of India's participation in the First World War and in the Second World War, which needs an emphasis when we look at the way in which India is engaging in the Indo-Pacific region, and specifically in the Western Indo-Pacific region. If we see the first slide, we'll see, Shefali, if you have the first slide, please. We'll see in the map that the Western Indo-Pacific region is colored in this darker shade of blue in the maritime domain. But I would argue that equally important is the hinterland, the countries which are around the coastline of the Western Pacific region. And in the First World War, Indian troops served with valor, sacrifice, and distinction in the military operations that were conducted in this region, a fact that is often not mentioned today when we talk of the participation of India in the First World War. And if we go to the next slide, Shefali, and if we see some of the photographs that are available through the Imperial War Museum collection and on the net, you will immediately see where Indian soldiers actually went on the ground. And we look at Persia, Iran, we look at Mesopotamia, Basra, we look at, of course, the capture of Baghdad. We all remember the cavalry battle of Haifa, 1918, which is today in Israel. We have Indian troops guarding the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. And of course, Indians went on into parts of the Mediterranean and in East Africa. And so therefore, when we look at all these photographs, we realize that behind the operations of the First World War, which were taking place in France and Flanders, there were equally important operations taking place in this part of the world, which today is the hinterland of the Western Indo-Pacific region. And I think that it's important to recognize that, because it was based on the deployment of Indian soldiers in these different parts of the Western Indo-Pacific hinterland that the Allied victory of the First World War was eventually came about as well. It was not only the battles in Europe, but it was as much the battles in Asia and in Africa. And in Asia, the main impact was on the former territories of the Ottoman Empire. And that is one of the reasons, if we go to the next slide, why, Shefali, if you go to the next slide, please. That is one of the reasons why, as Professor Thakur mentioned, India was included in the Imperial War Cabinet in 1917. This is from the memoir of the British Prime Minister who succeeded Prime Minister Herbert Asquith after the disaster at Gallipoli. And he became Prime Minister at the end of 1916. And in 1917, one of the first things he did was to publicly recognize the contribution of Indian soldiers in the battles that had taken place not only in Europe, but as much in the what they call the Middle East, what I would call the Western Indo-Pacific region, and particularly in Mesopotamia. And India's participation in the Imperial War Cabinet became the starting point for the diplomatic journey which Professor Thakur spoke of before me, into the League of Nations and so on. And of course, we all are today very familiar. 10 years ago, we were not, with this iconic painting by William Orpen of the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, in which you have Montagu, the Secretary of State for India, standing alongside Maharaja Ganga Singh Ji of Bikaner. And these are the only two signatures on behalf of India on the Treaty of Versailles, which we can see today, which is displayed in its original. So this was the recognition, and this elevated India into participating in equal footing with the other British dominions, although India was not a self-governing entity. And I would, from that point, move more specifically into the Western Indo-Pacific region. And we come to the next slide, please. In the next slide that we see before us, this is the region that got impacted by the First World War, the defeat of Ottoman Turkey by the Allied forces, compelled negotiation for peace and for a settlement on the ground. And this took place in 1920 with the signing of the Treaty of Sèvres. And in the Treaty of Sèvres, India participated on an equal basis, like it had done in the Treaty of Versailles. And the Treaty of Sèvres regulated the way the territories of the Ottoman Turkish Empire in Asia were distributed among the victors of the First World War. And in this process, what we have seen in terms of the documented history is that, driven by two primary considerations: the need for oil to sustain its economic and military power, and the need for routes to access these oil fields, Britain embarked on the creation of an imperial military construct, which effectively gave it a huge footprint east of the Suez. Now, I have lost the PowerPoint presentation. I can't see it on the screen. But if we go to the next slide, we will see that in this process of the construction of the British imperial footprint, strategic footprint, several sort of developments take place which have a resonance today when we look at India and the Western Indo-Pacific. The first is, of course, the separation of the Ottoman Turkish ports of Haifa and Basra into international ports by the Treaty of Sèvres, and the operation of these ports by the British. In 1929, the British create their naval base in Haifa, a base which plays a huge role during the Second World War in controlling the flow of material and support for the German armies which are fighting around the Mediterranean, including in North Africa. From India's point of view, the conversion of Basra from an international port into a British base with the outbreak of the Second World War, when the British deploy the 10th Indian Infantry Division in Basra to move into Baghdad and replace a pro-German Iraqi regime with a pro-British Iraqi regime, plays an equally important role. And this brings to the forefront the immense importance that Iraq and the former Mesopotamia and the region around Iraq, which contains these huge oil deposits in the Abadan Shelf, shared between Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, as they are discovered in the course of the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. This becomes a jewel in the crown of the British Empire, which is implemented on the ground, safeguarded, protected on the ground by British Indian resources through the traders who have been referred to by Professor Thakur before me, but Indian military resources as well. Indian troops were guarding Abadan when the Second World War broke out. And therefore, there is a presence of India in this region. And it is in Basra that you see the full flowering of this presence, because as a historian has written, that a space larger than the country of Egypt was developed around Basra by Indian soldiers and provided with infrastructure, etc., which created a modern, economic and strategic sort of installation at the mouth of the Shat al-Arab waterway, which leads into the Persian Gulf. Now, if we go to the next slide, we will see that this activity of creating an imperial strategic construct, and Shefali, if you show the next slide, please. This was not limited only to the Western Indo-Pacific, but extended as well to the other sort of hinterland around the Indo-Pacific coastline, including East Africa, including Indonesia, including Vietnam. And in 1946, you had Indian soldiers deployed even in Hiroshima in Japan. So the point of stating all this in this conference is to establish that on the ground, despite these regions being considered to be part of a British imperial strategic framework, on the ground, the role of the Indian Army, Indian troops, as well as Indians who were in the administration, who were in the economy, traders, etc., played a very, very sort of deep role in ensuring that India was invited to participate in the creation of the new forms of global governance, which were set up with the Washington Conference of 1942. Now, the Washington Conference of 1942 brought together 26 allied armies, which were fighting against Hitler and the Axis powers. And India was part of the 26 and became, as a signatory of the declaration at Washington, calling for the United Nations, India became a founder of the United Nations. And the negotiations took place between 1942 and 1945. They created the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the United Nations itself, and that set the stage for a continuing Indian presence in, as Rana Chinna has said, not at the high table, but inside the room of international politics. Now, I would like to come from that perspective to what is happening on the ground in the Western Indo-Pacific. And if we see, during the Second World War, Iran was used by the Allied powers to create a corridor which would transported military equipment and supplies from the United States under its Lend-Lease program to the Soviet Union which when this corridor started was fighting the Battle of Stalingrad. And it was this flow of supplies which went through both the Iraqi and the Iranian or Persian territories through a command that was created for this purpose, which is known as the Persia and Iran Command or PI Force, in which Indian soldiers played a very interesting and supportive and role. Including they drove the trucks which transported this equipment across the high mountains of northern Persia all the way to the border of the Soviet Union. Two of these Indian soldiers were actually awarded with decorations by the Soviet government. So this kind of awareness of the domain, of the terrain, played a role when we come to our current time, and we see the focus as part of India's Western Indo-Pacific strategy of creating routes of connectivity using Iran. The North-South Transport Corridor, which was begun in the year 2000, today has 13 countries in it. And of course, the Indian-Iranian project of using Chabahar port on the littoral of the Western Indo-Pacific to access Central Asia, Afghanistan, and Eurasia. So this is something that is at the same time a legacy from the military campaigns of the two wars and a innovation that has been made by India. The biggest innovation that India has made is, of course, in the former Mesopotamia and the Arabian Peninsula. And this innovation has meant that this region and the countries of this region today have become partners of India in creating a new strategic framework based on, again, the two drivers of the British imperial construct, which were oil and connectivity. So, for example, the former Mesopotamia territories around Basra, where the oil of Iraq is essentially located, apart from the oil that they have in the north in Kirkuk and Mosul, supplies almost 25.7% of India's total imports today are coming from Iraq. And it is a crucial partner in India's energy security needs. Saudi Arabia today, which emerged from the First World War as an independent country, is today India's fourth largest trading partner after the United States, China, and the United Arab Emirates, and has a bilateral trade turnover of $43 billion with India. Interestingly, almost 2.2 million Indians live and work in Saudi Arabia today as part of this oil-driven economy. And the same situation prevails in the United Arab Emirates, which is India's third largest trading partner in global terms, with trade worth $59 billion, and 3.3 million Indians are living and working in the United Arab Emirates. Further along the Arabian Peninsula to the south, on the shores of the Indian Ocean, Oman and Aden are two critical points for India's strategic engagement. Oman, of course, has a population of 625,000 Indians who are living and working there. But more than that, Oman is the kind of the broker of international peace and security in this region. Oman plays a role in the disputes involving Iran with the United States, or in the Yemen civil war. Oman is a very active player in this region, and India-Oman have a strategic partnership which leverages this role of Oman to meet India's own interests. And similarly, in the Suez Canal region, at the mouth of the Red Sea, the Bab al-Mandab Straits, the port of Oman, of Aden, which Indian troops have garrisoned since the early 20th century, and where Indian trading communities have thrived, including Dhirubhai Ambani, who worked in Yemen in Aden until he returned to India. These are points which are extremely interlinked with India's national security and national economic interests. And therefore, when faced with a challenge to the stability, security of this region, India has actually responded in a substantive way. And I think the important point I'd like to make is that India's response has been seen as a standalone response or as something that happened just because of something that was going on in this region. I would argue, on the contrary, that India's response is to protect India's core interests in energy, in trade, which are located in the Western Indo-Pacific region. And India has contributed military resources to protecting and projecting these national interests. And the best example is in the way in which India contributed to an international partnership of 25 countries to counter the disruption caused to the trading activities of the Western Indo-Pacific by the piracy of emanating from the coast of Somalia. Between 2009 and 2017, Indian Navy contributed 65 ships to participate in these operations, including 2 ships which were built for the Indian Navy in Russia in 2000 and 2010, known as the guided missile stealth frigates. And because of this contribution, the number of attacks came down from 117 when this operation started in 2009 to just 1 in 2016, showing that India is a credible provider of maritime security in this region. And from that, I would like to move to the last point that I'd like to make, which is that this conference, I think, is important because it looks at the diplomatic dimensions of India's military history, in that we must now include the emergence of India as a maritime nation. And this emergence was launched officially by India in March 2015 with the unveiling of India's Indian Ocean Policy, which is known as by its acronym of Security and Growth for All in the region, or SAGAR. And it has 5 points to it. India's role as a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region. I just gave the example of what we did with piracy, but beyond that, we have partnered with countries in the Indian Ocean region to bolster their own security capacities, which is the second point of SAGAR. And the third is to create a network of mutual cooperation to respond to these challenges. India has set up an international fusion center in Gurugram outside Delhi, where real-time information on all the commercial shipping taking place in the Indian Ocean is collated using digital technologies and shared between the participating countries, of whom there are almost 50 today. So this is something that is already fleshed out. And then, of course, we have the economic focus on the blue economy, which is work in progress, which is still to be done. And the last point of that policy is that it is India's belief that the primary responsibility for the peace, stability, and prosperity in the Indian Ocean region will be on those, and I quote, who live in the region, unquote. And I think that goes back to the kind of discussion that Professor Thakur had just before me on the emergence of the Indian stake or the Indian identity in international diplomatic relations. And this whole thing came into a focus when, for the first time, the Indian Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, chaired a meeting of the Security Council in August 2021, which was devoted to the theme of maritime security. And it was a virtual meeting. This was during the pandemic, the height of the COVID pandemic. But I think that it served its purpose of emphasizing that India has now engaged in creating a strategic framework of mutual understanding and cooperation, which is meant to protect, conserve, and utilize our shared maritime heritage. But when we say that, and I would like to just conclude with this point, that there are now discussions on the Indo-Pacific and India being a partner in the Indo-Pacific. But I find it very curious that this entire part of the Indo-Pacific, which I define as the Western Indo-Pacific, is excluded from the scope of such cooperation by the United States, by Australia, and by the United Kingdom. So my question is that can we willingly participate in such partnerships when these partnerships do not include an area which is of such immense security, economic, energy, and even people importance for India? 9 million Indians are living and working in the hinterland of the Gulf states alone. And these are Indian passport holders. They are not foreign citizens. They are Indians. And it is in our interest, therefore, to ensure that the Western Indo-Pacific region, which has developed itself thanks to all the sort of historical events that have taken place since the First World War onwards, that this region is an integral part of the Indo-Pacific that India is championing in international affairs today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now please have the House open for any questions? So.
I would like to echo what the previous two speakers spoke about in a way. And that is that, I mean, I was talking in my initial that I said that the past casts the shadow on the present and the future. Now, today, the countries of Europe ask India, why is it that we are not with them in condemning Russia? Whereas Europe, all the states of Europe, when India was attacked by China in 1962, in 1947-48 by Pakistan, 1965 by Pakistan, where was the voice of Europe? They didn't even question these countries as to what they were doing to India. And now they are saying, why is it that India is not supporting the Western countries to attack Europe, to attack Russia? Whereas the Europeans think that their wars, we should side with them, and in our wars, they should just remain neutral. There is I'm curious about why they behave in this manner. It's all one-sided.
Well, would you like me to respond to that? I think General Cardozo has made a very valid point, and I would endorse what he has said. Of course, I would also recall, and he would know that better than me, 1971 was a good diplomatic precedent for what we are seeing today. In 1971, most of the countries who were asking us to take sides on the Ukraine issue were on the other side. We had a vote of 104 to 10 in the United Nations General Assembly. We were part of the 10, and there were 104 of these people on the other side, and none of the ones really made an effort. They all wanted to avoid having a political settlement. And I think that's the main point, because wars are not conducted for the sake of wars. The wars they are aimed at some kind of political agenda. And in the case of even the Ukraine conflict, there is a political settlement that needs to be looked at. Nobody talks of the political settlement. But I was in the United Nations in 2015, February, 17th of February, when the Security Council of the United Nations adopted a unanimous resolution which contained the political settlement and upheld the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. My question has always been that why do we not talk about that resolution? Everybody wants to talk about UN resolutions on Kashmir, for example. But nobody wants to talk about the UN resolution, Security Council resolution on Ukraine. And that political settlement required devolution of power to the eastern Ukraine. A mirror situation to what happened between West Pakistan and East Pakistan in 1971, which the Pakistanis did not respond to and saw the emergence of Bangladesh. So no two situations are the same, but the approach is something that's important to keep in mind. And I thank you, General, for raising that point.
Thank you.
Once more. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask you, you don't seem to be too happy with India's naval alliances like the Quad. Is that the sense you have? Recent naval
I'm sorry. No, I did not want to give that impression. I want to just say that I am very happy with India's different multiple strategic partnerships. And I gave some examples of our partnerships in the Western Indo-Pacific. But when it comes to the Quad, I think just one fact needs to be addressed. How is it that two members of the Quad, which is Japan and India, define the Indo-Pacific as the entire Indian and Pacific Oceans? And two members of the Quad, which are the United States and Australia, choose to take out the Western Indo-Pacific and define the Indo-Pacific only as half the Indian Ocean towards the Straits of Malacca and the entire Pacific Ocean. I have raised this point after I retired. I wrote about it from 2017 onwards. There was a time in the Raisina dialogue 2 years ago, an American gentleman who was Deputy National Security Advisor came and assured the Indian media that the new American policy on the Indo-Pacific would include, from, as he said, the snows of Kilimanjaro to Hollywood. But when the document was published by the Biden administration a few months ago, the definition of the Indo-Pacific has not changed. It still is only that section of the Indian Ocean, which is from the tip of India to the Straits of Malacca and the entire Pacific Ocean. So what happens to this other region where the bulk of India's own interests are? And I've quantified those interests. So we need to be partners. Of course, we need to be partners, but we need also to have an understanding and an equal understanding of what we have, sort of how we interact with each other as partners. That is the criteria, I think, on which we can move forward.
Thank you, sir. So, only to add on to this other side of the Indian Ocean, which you say, is that the one that has China and India's held? If one can ask like that.
On the Western Indo-Pacific side, or to be in our own area in the Western Indian Ocean side, China is a very active presence. China has a base in Djibouti. China is all around constructing its own island of pearls, or whatever they would want to call it, through the maritime Silk Road. And India is responding, but India is responding on its own. India is not responding in concert with the Quad. For example, if it was such a interesting partnership, what prevents the United States and the United Kingdom from giving the base of Diego Garcia to India to run? And what prevents them? Because there's a dispute with Mauritius about the sovereignty of Diego Garcia. Some solution has to be found. The ideal solution from India's point of view would be to have the Diego Garcia naval base given to the Indian Navy, but that will never happen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for this very interesting presentation. Up next, we have Dr. George Hay, the official historian from the Commonwealth War Graves Commission. Over to you, George.
I'm going to hopefully share my screen, but please do say if you are not seeing the front slide of my presentation. If I hear nothing, I will assume we're okay.
We can see it.
Excellent. Okay. Well, good morning from the UK and good afternoon to all of you in India. It's a great pleasure to join you virtually. Much greater disappointment that I couldn't find a way to sneak out and join you in person. As I've already been introduced, I won't focus any more on that. My name is George Hay. I'm the official historian of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, and most of my time over the last few years has been dedicated to the exploration of actual or potential cases of what we refer to or are referring to as non-commemoration or different commemoration, something I'll pick apart in the next few minutes. I'm not going to waste any more time talking about the wider subject of commemoration of the wartime dead, because what I'm about to try and do is challenging enough, I think, in 20 minutes, and I undoubtedly won't do it justice anyway. That is because really the early history of what was the Imperial War Graves Commission is complicated enough on its own, and the nuance of this particular chapter of that story where its early work following the First World War was flawed. That's vast and it's thorny. But jumping right in, the IWGC, the Imperial War Graves Commission, was founded in 1917, height of the First World War, to commemorate nominally, so by name, and in perpetuity, the personnel of what was the British Empire who'd lost their lives in the First World War. Its royal charter was later extended to incorporate the dead of the Second World War, and it now maintains cemeteries and memorials across the globe to preserve the memory of more than 1.7 million men and women who died in those struggles. From its establishment, the IWGC made statements about its values and principles, which always strongly emphasized this idea of the centrality of equality of treatment in death. And that mattered not just because the British Empire was so ethnically and religiously diverse, but because it was that empire that had enabled it to fight and win the First World War. As well as its royal charter, these sentiments had been drawn from several formative reports that shaped the way in which the IWGC worked in the aftermath of that war. Now, the most influential of those reports was compiled for the Commission in the autumn of 1918 by someone called Lieutenant Colonel Sir Frederick Kenyon. He's director of the British Museum and he becomes the artistic director of the IWGC. And to write that report, he consults relatives of the dead, the armed forces, religious leaders, and as well as representatives of the arts. It's very wide-ranging, but within it, he states very explicitly, all, whatever their military rank or position in civil life, should have equal treatment in their graves, and perhaps much more importantly for today's discussion, that no less honour should be paid to the last resting places of Indian and other non-Christian members of the Empire than those of our British soldiers. Such were the statements by which the Commission would formulate policy to commemorate those in its care. Although it had never been explicitly recorded in the way I'm about to talk about in its early history, in the 1970s, the Commission took it upon itself to distill statements like those into a core set of values or principles, I think really to help it communicate how it had worked in the past. And it put those into its annual report. An unusual, we don't really know the context of why that came about, but it did. And that became 4 points, and those were that each of the dead should be commemorated by name on a headstone or memorial, that headstones and memorials should be permanent, that headstones should be uniform, and finally, as already stated, there should be equality of treatment for the dead, irrespective of rank and religion. So during the organisation's own centenary in 2017, the now Commonwealth War Graves Commission began reflecting on that early work, and it increasingly drew on those statements to inform public communications about its founding values and the ways in which they had informed the work and influenced its work in the aftermath of the First World War. So by this point, those sentiments had been repeated so often and had gone so long unchallenged that they were firmly ingrained in the institutional memory and had become as good as fact. So with the solemn beauty of memorials like Neuve-Chapelle in France, dedicated to pre-partition Indian forces, or the peaceful cemeteries that populate the former front lines across the world, seemingly showing no class or religious distinction between those buried, there's little really on the surface to suggest the Commission had ever done anything but uphold those ideals. Nonetheless, over the last decade or more, there has been emerging concern and evidence raising important questions about the application, but perhaps more importantly, the limits of those principles, particularly in relation to the treatment of Indian and African dead. Now, in April 2021, the Commonwealth War Graves Commission published its own analysis of possible and actual historical inequalities in commemoration. And much of what it found was as shocking to the Commission, I think, as it was to the wider public, largely because of the situation I've described above. So some of those findings are obviously what I'll be talking about today. I'm going to focus on pre-partition Indian personnel. The paper will explore the nature, causes and legacies of several of those examples of commemorative practice and in the ways in which they do not adhere to CWGC principles. And then I want to talk very quickly about what the Commission is doing now in attempts to correct and rectify some of those failings. But to start with, we need to talk about what those differences actually are. So singling out Indian casualties in many ways in some of those formative statements is of great importance, not just because of the recognition being given to the undeniable significance of the Indian contribution to victory, but because of the fact that a different form of treatment was going to be required for the dead. So in Rudyard Kipling's public statement on the IWGC project in 1919, he'd noted, in all such matters, the treatment of the bodies of Indian soldiers will be in strict conformity with the practice of their religions. Comparatively early in the organization's considerations about how it would tackle the issue of the empire's casualties. This shows the understood significance of getting it right, as well as the fact that it would mean deliberately different treatment. So equal treatment, but different treatment. Quite a complex set of circumstances already. Two very obvious reasons single India out for this special mention. First, the Indian Army had provided more than 1.2 million men to this struggle. Its soldiers had been deployed to all the main theatres of war. And if we take Mesopotamia alone, they'd made up 2/3 of all the manpower serving there. So in other words, in simple terms, the commemorative burden was going to be large. And secondly, the British-Indian interaction was then centuries old. You have long established military units officered by British soldiers. And so fundamentally, there ought to have been a solid understanding of appropriate treatment of the diverse religious groups that made up the Indian Army. So in an attempt to meet some of those issues head on, the Commission did establish diverse committees to decide what appropriate treatment looked like. And in the simplest terms, and under ideal circumstances, this would see Muslim casualties buried in with their appropriate rites, and if enlarged mixed religion sites, so think cemeteries connected to or adjacent to medical facilities, that ultimately later on contained overtly Christian symbolism, so people might be familiar with the cross of sacrifice in commission sites, and there's many rules around when they are not used. But if there were Muslim burials that were going to share a site like that, they would always typically be buried out of the shadow of the cross. That was the idea. For Hindus and Sikhs, for whom cremation was the appropriate treatment, their mortal remains would be committed to fire and they would be commemorated on memorials, sometimes alongside the missing, but ideally dedicated cremation memorials. Furthermore, although it very much treated the Western Front as the epicenter of the war, the Commission was dedicated to the creation of a global project with uniformity, not just in the treatment of the dead, but also in the approach to commemoration. So it's an interesting example from Fabian, where he's looking very much in the future. He uses the word 1,000 years, or the phrase 1,000 years. He is effectively the organization's founder, and he talks about his hope that the symbols of the Commission would be found scattered over the world from Klondike to Tasmania and from South America to northern China, reminding future generations of the British Empire and the part it played in the Great War. Now, that quote, of course, hints at Ware's wider hopes for this movement and the fact that the hope that it would unite the peoples of empire in recognition of common sacrifice. However, more generally, from those who sat atop the institution, the vision was that this would be a global, far-reaching and very visible project. Just as importantly, it was to exist in perpetuity. That's the promise that needed to take heed of potential political and societal changes in the future, and in the imperfect world in which they were dealing with. That was, without question, the hardest aspect of this work to deliver. So that's the theory. That's the planning behind what was the program of work, if you like. The problem, of course, was putting all of that into practice, something that on occasions proved difficult for a number of reasons. Now, before moving on to those, I think it's important to understand exactly what the legacies are. And I'm sure most of those listening will be very familiar with sites in Europe, particularly the already mentioned Neuve-Chapelle Memorial. It commemorates more than 4,600 Indian soldiers and labourers who have no known grave and who lost their lives on the Western Front during the First World War. The location of the memorial being specially chosen as it was the Battle of Neuve Chapelle in March 15 that had seen the Indian Corps fight its first major action as a single formation, and the Battle of the Village have become synonymous with the Indian Army's service and sacrifice on the Western Front. Lesser known sites on the Western Front, however, might include Neuville-sous-Montreuil Indian Cemetery in France, which presents the other side of Indian Army commemorations, which is to say the burial of Muslim casualties. Now, although there are still anomalies amongst these types of commemorations in France and Belgium, and I can already hear Dominic Denduven fizzing with anticipation to ask a question, for the most part, these sites see diversity and equality go hand in hand. In other words, commemoration was largely delivered in the ways the Commission had intended and had publicly stated. So what is it that it failed to do elsewhere? Well, for Indian casualties, these issues can broadly be broken down into two categories. The first is that the names of Indian other ranks were not inscribed on memorials, which instead just carried the number of men killed by regiment. Named commemoration was then relegated to registers, printed registers. And secondly, Indian graves in many sites across the Near and Middle East were not marked individually. And there are other cases where graves were abandoned wholesale and commemoration was moved again to memorials. Sometimes those memorials were in the cemetery themselves. Sometimes where graves had been abandoned, they would be larger memorials to the missing. And where does that leave you or us in commemorative terms? Well, firstly, with memorials like this. This is Port Tewfik in Egypt, is unveiled in 1926. The Maharaja of Alwar was present. It's hugely striking. It sits at the southern opening, or it did, I should say, sit at the southern opening to the Suez Canal. It's guarded by Charles Sergeant Jaggers, two poised tigers, warning those passing into the canal of the might of the Indian Army and the victories it helped deliver across the Middle East. However, it never carried the names of the men it was built to commemorate. They were never committed to stone. Instead, they were, as I've already mentioned, held in memorial registers. Now, sadly, this memorial was destroyed by the Egyptians during the Six-Day War in 1967, but the names actually have since been inscribed on the memorial at Heliopolis. Very similar to Port Tewfik was the memorial built at Basra. So unveiled in 1929, it's the third largest memorial to the missing built by the Commission after the First World War, the third largest globally. So that's just after Thiepval and the Menin Gate in Belgium. To give you an idea of scale, it is hugely big, and you know, its significance in what it symbolizes is on a par with those memorials in France and Belgium. It commemorates more than 40,600 servicemen of the British Empire, and obviously the majority of them are Indians. And those are men for whom we have or had no grave. However, although the names of British officers and soldiers and Indian Viceroy commissioned officers are inscribed on that memorial, only the number of Indian other ranks killed by regiment was included. Again, I said it multiple times, but their names were relegated to be recorded in registers, printed registers. Finally, there is the treatment of Indian burials across the Near and Middle East, which, unlike those in Europe, were generally never individually marked. So conspicuous by their absence in these images are obviously the headstones we might expect to see elsewhere. And it really is not because these sites are sparsely used. So on the left is Amara Left Bank Indian War Cemetery, and on the right is Al-Weir Indian War Cemetery, both in Iraq. Now, the first contains an astonishing 5,000 burials, and the second just over 450. Between them, however, the identity of just 10 of those men is known. The names of the others are with those at Basra, considered missing in the theatre, despite the fact that the majority were buried in these cemeteries after dying in hospitals, not even in active fighting forwards of bases. Similarly, across Israel and Palestine, there stand a number of these obelisks, this one being Tulkarm, and they mark the spots of Indian and Egyptian cemeteries. Again, they're not individually marking the graves at those sites. They were monuments that carried inscriptions concerning those commemorated, but not their names. registers again being the nominal part of that commemoration. So there's no real need at this point for me to labour the point about the differences between these and the likes of Neuville-sous-Montreuil. So excluding Basra, where the security situation has really prevented it, the names of the dead at many of these sites that were held in registers for the best part of the century have since been added to many of these memorials, and that was mostly done in the early 2000s. But some of these problems can't be fixed in retrospect, particularly when it comes to naming the dead buried in large cemeteries. And how and why those issues were allowed to happen is obviously just as important. So the Commission owns all of these problems now for obvious reasons. However, for the most part, it did not actually bring them about, at least not on its own. And the key causes are really fourfold. So firstly, and probably most significantly, was the Indian Army's approach to battlefield casualties outside of Europe, but particularly in present-day Iraq. So here it had suffered significant casualties from 1915 onwards, but once forwards of Basra had effectively buried all of its dead, regardless of denomination. That was due to a lack of fuel to enable cremation, but it also failed to adequately mark their graves upon burial, which it later argued ultimately prevented it from doing any retrospective work of this kind because of the risk it presented of cremating the wrong remains. On the advice of Sir Umar Hayat Khan in 1918, the Indian Army instructed its grave registration units working in Mesopotamia to focus only on European burials, declaring all Indian dead forward of Basra as missing. And the obvious consequence of that is what you see on the memorial there. Secondly, the attitudes and decisions of the British Indian authorities, which in a number of cases saw them turn 180 degrees on commemorative issues, where a proposed difference in treatment went from being invidious to wholly acceptable. And there's a really good example of this. In just 2 years, the military secretary to the India Office, General Sir Alexander Cobb, went from a position totally in favour of nominal commemoration on Indian memorials to stating that, and this is a quote, the engraving of the names of all Indian soldiers would have little interest. And he came to that conclusion because he says their next of kin would never visit. In other words, such treatment would not breed contempt because Indians would never see it. Thirdly, and most significantly, was the quality of information provided to the IWGC by the same British Indian authorities in the aftermath of the war. The overstretched staff of the Indian Army had struggled to keep up with the administrative burden of dealing with casualties, something that received even less resource after the war. And it becomes an enormous point of contention between the IWGC and the India Office, with the Commission's Principal Assistant Secretary complaining bitterly throughout the 1920s that the list of the dead was, and this is again another quote, so full of obvious errors, duplications and inconsistencies that it was considered impossible to use. Now, that point is largely the reason I think we think that the Commission ends up not committing those names to stone, because there is this suggestion that the data is not good enough or that it is flawed, and therefore they will only put it in the registers. Fourthly and finally is obviously the position of the IWGC itself in all of this. So as I think hopefully pointed out, it's not directly involved in many of the decisions and failures that really prevent it from doing its work as it would otherwise have wished, and there is extensive evidence of the fact that it makes frequent objections and voices its frustrations throughout this process. But at the same time, it cannot be denied that this didn't happen on its watch. This is ultimately the IWGC's responsibility. It's, I think, thinking about that, really important to emphasize just how toothless the Commission was when faced with incompetence, intransigence or opposition. So in these circumstances, it's really just relying on the influence of Fabian Ware more than it is any official power given to it by its royal warrant. But ultimately, in all of this stuff, it has to be considered complicit, either because it ultimately relented, it gave in, it allowed these things to happen, or because it actually sought them out as what it saw as viable compromises. And that was done both at the expense of its principles and obviously much more importantly at the expense of proper and equal commemoration of some Indian war dead. I'll just quickly wrap up. As already mentioned, the now CWGC takes full responsibility for all of these issues, is working through them, because it is its job alone to commemorate these men. And that's something it committed to do from the outset with equality and fairness. In truth, in some circumstances, there was probably little it could have done to prevent some of these outcomes. When we're talking about fateful decisions made in the field by military forces and other authorities, some of which are happening before the organization even existed, it can't hope to influence in retrospect in those cases. However, it's also quite clear that it was very much aware and ultimately approved of these decisions that we find now so troubling. So it therefore acquiesced, it made itself complicit in those decisions and ultimately compromised its own promises, perhaps because its powers are limited, but also at other times because it was expedient. So I've briefly mentioned a large number of these problems were quietly put right in the early 2000s. That's something we drew attention to in our April 2021 publication. And since that, the organisation has committed to a 5-year programme in which it is looking to further unpick these issues and right any failures that might yet be fixed. Although Basra is still unlikely to be solved anytime in the near future because of the ongoing security issues there, we hope to learn more about those buried across the Near and Middle East and find ways to work with communities in India and across the wider Indian diaspora to engage with those sites and those casualties. We're making good progress over the last 2 years. We're gaining understanding and correcting some of the wrongs done to those men 100 years ago, but our work is far from finished. And so I think by the end of this project, I hope that the Indian Army's casualties who fell outside Europe will command the same attention, respect and admiration as those who died on the Western Front. And I hope that I have the opportunity to come back and talk to all of you again about the success of that work, but ideally in person next time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, George. Can I open the house to any questions, please? Any questions, please? Okay, if anybody can think of anything, you can always put them in the chat box, and George will be around for a little while. 1 second, Dominic. George, there's a question for you.
Yeah. Hi, George, it's Dominic. I just wanted to know, because you focused understandably on Basra and so on, but there are still huge gaps in the names on the memorials on the Western Front as well. Are there any plans? I mean, I always give the same example of one panel on the Menin Gate, 47th Sikh Regiment, only 16 names, while we know that 347 of the regiment had not returned from battle on 26th of April 1915. Is there something, are there plans to do something about that issue as well?
Yes, absolutely. I think it is, we're obviously prioritizing work that deals with the largest problems we have, and those are principally across the Middle East and in some cases in East Africa. But yeah, we absolutely haven't lost focus with potential issues closer to home. We've spoken about this before, I know, and we still need to do, I think, the piece of work where we make sure that contention is correct. Now, in one sense, it definitely is correct in that there are not enough names on the Menin Gate for men who have died in Belgium. But what I would say is, going back to this issue we know to exist connected to records, that we have men, for example, who die, 5th Light Infantrymen who die in Cameroon, who end up being commemorated on the Delhi Gate. And so sometimes, whether that's connected to the records, again, that the Commission complains so bitterly about, and that they couldn't attribute them to having died in the theatre in which they did die, and therefore they didn't commemorate them there. I don't know, but that's the piece of work we need to do, is to make sure that those men are just not commemorated somewhere else, which is a problem, but hopefully not the same problem, in that at least they are commemorated. But what I will say is, on top of what you're mentioning there, and I haven't mentioned it here because it's embryonic, it's work in progress. We do know that there is almost certainly an issue with the commemoration of Indian soldiers who die in India during the First World War. So we know, and hopefully again in future, there will be we will be funding a PhD with the University of Greenwich looking at some material found at the Lahore Museum, which are being referred to as the Punjab Registers, but we know on an initial analysis that there are potentially thousands of men within those registers who are mentioned as having been in uniform and serving during the war and having died, but for whom we have no record in terms of commemoration. So we believe there is an issue connected to domestic deaths as well. So there are a few others to contend with, but absolutely have not forgotten your observation. And at some stage we will hopefully very soon let's sit down and actually pick it apart more, because I think it's going to be very important.
Thank you very much. There's another question, please.
This is not a question, actually, it's a comment. And it doesn't refer to the Graves Commission, it refers to my own country, India. And the two questions now I would like to ask is, number one, whereas the Commonwealth country has the poppy as a flower of remembrance for the war dead, ask the of the Indian Armed Forces as to what is that on the fact that we are now a colonial power, and why do we have the poppy as a flower of remembrance when we have fought 5 wars since independence? We need to have our own flower of remembrance, and that's the marigold. I've been campaigning for this for the last 20 years, but the silence is happening. The answers. We have our own flower of remembrance, and I'm addressing all the service officers of the Indian Armed Forces who are here today. Just go to senior officers and say, why is this happening? Why don't we have our own flower of remembrance? And that's the marigold. And secondly, the and anybody, America, Italy, France, Britain, have a memorial to the unknown soldier. India had a National War Memorial only in 2019. Of honor of the unknown soldier. Everybody who's got a decoration, the Paramvir Chakra, the Mahavir Chakra, the Vir Chakra, whatever. There are many who have done more, not been recognized because there's nobody to write a citation. And where countries in the world have a memorial to the war, to the unknown soldier, what about India? Are we waiting for another 20 years before this is sorted out? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Dr. Guy Bowman, a historian and author from UK, to please deliver his presentation. George, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Have you got the remote, Shefali? Which way do I point it?
Great. See if I can get the remote control to work. Ooh, yes. Great. Okay, well, good afternoon. Nice to see you. Thank you for staying. My name is Guy Bowman. I'm from the University of Exeter. There's my coordinates if you want to get in touch with me. And there's the cover of my book, The Indian Contingent, which I think we have some copies of if people want to buy them. Is that right? I'm looking at you, Tista. No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay. Anyway, that's my book. So you can buy it on, bookshops and Amazon and so forth. Okay, so, whoops. Ooh. Is that me? Okay, hit it. So here's a bit of film that you may have seen before. Oh, okay. So you're about to see the trailer for the 2017 film Dunkirk, which may put your hand up if you've seen the film Dunkirk. Put your hand up. Gosh, that's quite a few of you. Okay, lovely. Thank you. So it was a film came out in 2017, directed by Christopher Nolan. It was a great success, sold very well in various parts of the world. It was while I was in the process of researching my book that this film came out.
The enemy tanks have stopped.
Why?
Why waste precious tanks when...
Thank you. There, great, very powerful trailer for a very powerful film. And the question, of course, is what was missing from that film? What was missing from Christopher Nolan's film? I think you probably know the answer that I'm looking for. If there was any, there's two answers actually. One thing that was missing was any mention of the Indian soldiers who were there. But actually, also, there's barely a mention or a showing or a recognition of the French soldiers who were there. When a third of the soldiers taken off the beach at Dunkirk were French. They constituted the rear guard, and they barely got a showing there. So that's, I think that's also interestingly puts the lack of Indian recognition in perspective as well. Okay. Ooh, what have I done? Have I broken it? Shall I let you do it? Shall I say next slide? Okay, next slide. There we go. So what I'm going to do this afternoon is to talk about, I'm going to tell you about Force K6, which is the guys who were at Dunkirk. I'm going to give you an overview. I'm going to tell you about them in France in 1940. I'm going to talk about some of their experiences, particularly looking at them as prisoners of war, and then I'll have time for questions, I hope. So next slide, please. So there we go. There's that wonderful photo, actually taken in Singapore. It's not a K6 photo at all, but it's a great shot. So as most of you know, I'm sure there were 2.5 million men in the Indian Army in the Second World War, plus 11,500 women, the Women's Auxiliary Corps. The officers were mostly white British at the beginning of the war. That changed as the war went on. They fought in a number of different campaigns, including North Africa, East Africa, including Greece, Italy, obviously, Burma and Malaya as well. 31 Victoria Crosses were awarded, and many prisoners of war were taken in Asia and in Europe. And then, of course, in 1947, they were split into two. They became two armies, the Pakistan Army and the Indian Army. Next slide, please. So Force K6 were the only formed units of the Indian Army that were in France in the Second World War. So we've heard this morning about four divisions, large amounts of Indian soldiers in France during the First World War. Well, in the Second World War, it was a very small amount of people. It was less than 2,000 men, in fact. They were often referred to as the first in the field because they were the first part of the Indian Army to see active service in the Second World War. And the reason they were needed was because by 1939, the British Indian Army was entirely mechanized. So the supply and transport was done by road and rail, by vehicle and by train. And they had lost, the British Army had lost that ability, that skill set, that supply of animals to do animal transport. The motto was not a horse in the force. But the planners realized that they would need animal transport. So conditions which were muddy or icy, conditions in which they needed to be quiet, all sorts of conditions which had prevailed in the First World War also prevailed at the beginning of the Second World War. And so they put out the call. Just to have a look at that photo there, you'll see this is how they, when they were originally constituted, this is how they were designed to be. So a cart with 2 mules and 1 driver. That was the kind of basic idea about how they would operate. Next slide, please. So there was no mule transport in the British Army, but there were 36 at this stage, 36 animal transport companies in the Indian Army being used very much on the northwest frontier. So they were called for, the Royal Indian Army Service Corps, sometimes referred to as the Rice Corps. And they sent 4 companies, the 22nd, the 25th, the 29th, and the 32nd animal transport companies were sent, plus a number of supporting units. And they arrived on December the 26th, 1939, in the port of Marseille, the same port where the Indians had arrived in September of 1914. And at this stage, there were 1,723 men and about 2,000 animals, mostly mules, horses also for the officers and the VCOs. The next slide is a bit of film. So, and I hope, so just hang on a sec. Wait, please. Thank you. So, so this film was a bit of newsreel. So in 1940, if you wanted the news in Britain or in India, you got a newspaper, or you listened to the radio, or you went to the cinema and you watched a newsreel. So this footage, this is from a much longer bit of film, which you can find on the internet, which is a very good watch, partly because it's got the voiceover in Hindi Urdu. And it's footage that was shot in Marseille when they arrived. Hit it. Thank you. We'll see a bit more of that in a moment. That's from the voiceover is by Z.A. Bukhari, who was working for the BBC during the war. So, animal transport companies. Each company consisted of 315 men. Almost all of them were Punjabi Muslims. 3 officers, a major in control and command, 1 white British warrant officer, a subconductor, and then 180 drivers. So these are not drivers of tanks or drivers of cars. These are drivers of mules. 4 veterinary staff, 2 jemadars, 3 medical staff, including 1 jemadar. So the animals got 1 extra jemadar from the people to look after them. A clerk, 12 grooms to look after the horses, and then a whole team of men whose job was to look after the shoes and the feet of the animals. So blacksmiths, hammermen, farriers, and bellows boys, and then a load of other followers, including cooks, water carriers, barbers, washermen, and sweepers. Each company had a Maulvi, so each company had somebody with them to lead them in prayer, to help them to observe Ramadan, and so forth. So they kind of had everything they needed to look after themselves. They were self-contained. They could be off by themselves, a little bit like taking a village from Punjab and transplanting it into France, except no women, no children. Next slide, please. So they were posted around the country. So the 25th Company and the 32nd Company were sent up to where the main British army was, around Lille. The 29th Company went to Le Mans in the center of the country of France, which is a big depot. The 22nd Company stayed in Marseille at the beginning for quite a long time, and then it was posted right up in the front line in front of the Maginot Line, where it was supporting the 51st Highland Division. And this photo is a gentleman called François Michel de Champeau, who was the main liaison officer. So every company had a liaison officer, a French person attached to them. Next slide, please. This is from a French writer, André Mauroy, who had been a liaison officer during the First World War himself. And this was him writing about what he saw when he went to visit one of the companies. I'll read it to you. From beneath the turbans shine velvet soft eyes. All of them wear the long moustaches of Orientals and sit cross-legged preparing the old foods of the Orient. So the kind of picturesque Orientalization here is extraordinary. Enjoy it. One scooped the moist flour from its bowl, rolled it into little balls that flattened like pancakes on a large stone. There he is. And they in turn were tossed onto a glowing sheet of iron, where immediately the dough hardened and blackened. Another mixed ginger, red pepper, and garlic into a sauce to scorch the palate. Several of them squatted around the bleeding carcass of a sheep and divided it with deft strokes of their knives. It was an exotic scene, picturesque and violent. He's actually using that kind of language, isn't he? He's really passing it. Kipling's villages beside Kim's Great Road. Yet it was freezing hard and all taking place in some French farmyard. The Indian troops had arrived at the front. Extraordinary exoticization going on there. But interesting, we had a question earlier in the day about how Indian soldiers could survive in difficult conditions. And, the winter of 1939 to 1940 was a very bad one in Europe. So I think, I think Indian soldiers can survive as well as British soldiers can in any conditions. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Phony War, so the period until the Germans attacked. So the cartoon shows 2 French soldiers in a trench and saying, the guy in the front says, I'm wishing for my wife. She's too busy. She's making shells, which I thought is rather amusing. And on the left, we have a soldier, an Indian soldier with a gas mask, and a mule with a gas mask, because they all needed gas masks. The risk was equally for the animals as it was for the men. Next slide, please. This is a photo, or another wintry photo, and we've got Major Akbar in there, and we've got the Lord Walters in there, and the British Minister of Defence visiting in, I think, February of 1940. So they were hard at work. They always had this dual purpose. We saw that with the film as well. There was always this idea that they had a voluntary job to do, and propaganda job to do. They were there to show the world, to show people in England, to show people in Britain, everywhere, that the empire was standing together, and India had come to the defense of the motherland, as it were. Next one, please. So this is winter. This is in April. Spring has come. This is right up in the north of France, and there's a gymkhana. So there's a whole series of photos in the Imperial War Museum. So dancing. These guys are dancing. There's some photos of them playing music as well. And there's also photos of them doing trick riding on the back of mules. And then the photo on the left, does the light work? No, yes, it does. Kind of. The photo on the left is the spectators. So you can see the French civilians behind. You can see the gendarme. You can see a lovely woman in the middle who's got very bad teeth. And then in the front, you've got the soldiers. You've got the men of the 25th Company, this is, and the children are with them. And I think that's why I really love this image, because it's showing how well they're getting on with the civilians. You know, these guys, wherever they went, were able to integrate, were able to make friends, were able to form relationships, were able to form romantic relationships in some cases, but also just to get on with the people around them. They did this gymkhana every Sunday. This is the 21st of April. 10th of May, next slide, please. 10th of May, the Blitzkrieg, 19 days later. The Germans very quickly overran the Netherlands, Belgium, and into France, and the British and French armies very quickly defeated and on the run, and going back to Dunkirk. That was the port from which they were retreating. How do you spell Dunkirk? Well, it depends if you spell it the English way, the French way, or the Flemish way, but I've spelled it the French way. And the name means church in the dunes, by the way. Dun is dune, kirk in Flemish. Church in the dunes. Next slide, please. So the 32nd Company were the first company to get to Dunkirk. They marched from Villers-aux-Tertres and Faumont. They abandoned their animals and equipment, as did all the companies eventually. And they got to Dunkirk and embarked on May the 25th. So that's actually the day before Operation Dynamo officially started. And they got safely to Britain. This photo is one of their officers, Captain John Ashdown. And he told a story to his family that he was ordered by a superior officer not just to abandon the animals and the equipment, but to abandon the men, to leave the men to look after themselves. He, according to the family story, he refused to do that, and he was court-martialed but exonerated, which is a really good story. But unfortunately, I've never found anything that bears this out. I've never found anything to confirm this story. This story is reasonably long, and it's because his son, Ashdown, was a British politician. He was in the army, and he was a reasonably well-known politician, and he told the story in various forums. But I've never found anything to actually bear it out. But I'll come back to that in a minute. Next slide, please. Time to introduce Muhammad Akbar Khan. So we've talked about Indianization before. So in 1919, he was one of the first Indians to be given a commission in the army. He was on the same training corps as Cariappa. Same training course at Daly College in Indore. He joined the army before the Great War. His father was a VCO, and he joined Britain's Horse as a humble sepoy, or Sawar rather, was promoted to up the ranks, got to Jemadar by the time of the war, and was in Mesopotamia in the First World War. And then he was, in 1919, he was on this first training course for officers. So as the interwar period went on, he was promoted up and up and up, until at the same time as Cariappa, until by the beginning of the war, he was a major. And after the war, he became Pakistan's first director of supplies and transport. So next slide, please. So he was with the 25th Company. So this photo, I should mention, of course, is British soldiers on the beach at Dunkirk. There are very few photos from Dunkirk itself. There are no photos from Dunkirk of those soldiers, of the Indian soldiers. There's very little in the way of film footage. So whenever you see film or photo of Dunkirk, it's likely to be the same few images. So the 25th Company had been at Lille. They marched across the country. They started late. They arrived at Dunkirk on the 28th of May. which was the third day of the evacuation. And in the middle of the afternoon, they marched along the beach with Major Muhammad Akbar Khan at their head. So he was the only Indian officer on the beach at Dunkirk. So if you can picture the scenes that you saw in that trailer, which I think will be a reasonable representation of what it looked like. It's a film, it's fiction, but nevertheless. And it was filmed on the beaches of Dunkirk. If you can picture those lines of British soldiers, and then imagine 300 Indian soldiers marching through and across, carrying Mulvey because he was disabled, and marching to the Eastern Mole, which is where we saw the Kenneth Branagh character, marching to the Eastern Mole, getting on ships and boats in the middle of the night, and getting back to Dover in the next morning. And luckily, for the 32nd Company, there isn't much archival. But the 25th Company, their war service diary survives, as does a memoir by Akbar. So if we go to the next slide, he remembered, and he talked about thousands of French refugees, and he said that he was told by a staff officer, if intercepted by Nazi troops, they should surrender. So I think if you put that together with Captain Ashdown's story, then you get a slightly different picture. I think you get a picture that it was the idea was every man for himself, and if you come up against any trouble, then surrender. But in both cases, both of those companies stayed together and got away complete. They marched all the way through the night. Akbar wrote that the situation on the beaches was pathetic. One of his VCOs ran a free tea shop for various soldiers on the beach. And having been in India for a few weeks now, I can quite imagine that it was quite a good tea shop and it had quite a lot of custom. I don't know how many rupees he was charging for the tea. And when they got to Dover, so they got to England, to the other side of the channel, which, as Kenneth Branagh said, you can almost see it from here. And they got to the station, to the railway station, to be taken away. Then Akbar wrote that there was the women from the Royal Military Service were there, handing out tea and sandwiches and bananas. So the men had a cup of tea and they took the sandwich and they threw away the ham, but they ate the bread because they were hungry. And then they went up to the women and they asked if they could borrow the trays and the jars and the vessels, and they started to play music. They started to play a Bhangra beat. I can't do a Bhangra beat. They started to play a Bhangra beat on the station at Dover and started to dance. And the railway station staff started to dance, and the women's voluntary service started to dance, and some of the soldiers on the train started to dance. And there they were celebrating liberation, celebrating freedom, celebrating being away from that awful nightmare and being in Britain. Lovely thought, isn't it? Next slide, please. So the 29th Company, meanwhile, they'd been at Le Mans. So they marched westwards, and they evacuated a lot later. They were part of Operation Ariel, which is sometimes known as the Second Dunkirk. And they went out on SS Florestan from Saint-Nazaire, attacked by the Luftwaffe, and got to Plymouth, in fact. And one of the other ships on the same day as them was sunk, the Lancastria, with the largest loss of life of any sinking of British ships. Next one, please. Okay, so sorry, I'm just wondering. I have to finish at 3:30. Thank you. When am I supposed to finish? Supposed to finish it? Okay, great. All right. So the 22nd Company, okay, so the last company remaining, they were posted up to the Maginot Line. So this extraordinary military construction of these enormous forts. And I've been to one of those forts, and they really are quite amazing, complex, state-of-the-art technology. And they were up there with the 51st Highland Division of the British Army. The Highland Division left after the Blitzkrieg, and the 22nd Company stayed there, and they were clearing equipment at the station. And then on the 14th of June, they started to try and get away from the encircling German armies by marching southeast along the River Moselle. They reached the town of Epinal, and that's a town that I will come back to. It's a town that's quite significant for my second book. Anyway, they went into the forest at Gérardmer, and then on the 25th of June, they surrendered. And this photo is taken possibly on the 25th of June, or certainly very soon after their surrender. Next slide, please. And hit it again. Yeah, thanks. So they spent 5 years in prisoner of war camps. They started off all together. We've got a very good memoir for the first part of their captivity, and then they were split out and actually split up, and were in many different camps across the German Reich, in France, in Germany, in Poland, in Italy as well. There were that figure's wrong. There were 20 escapes, in fact, not 10. There were 20 of them who escaped successfully, and there were 30 who joined the German army. So I'm sure you all know about Subhas Chandra Bose and the INA in Asia, but there was also a similar thing that he had created in Europe before that, and recruited 3,000 Indian soldiers from prisoner of war camps, and 30 of them were from this 22nd Company. And this is Captain Annis. So when they first arrived in France, there were two Indian officers among them, Major Akbar and Captain Anis Ahmed Khan. And this is him in Oflag 79, where he spent many years. And, you know, I mean, I like this photo. He's reading a newspaper. He's looking at the camera. He's not really smiling. You kind of get the sense of endurance here. Subhas Chandra Bose came to him and said, join my army, join these guys. He said, I've tasted the king's salt. I can't do that. I've taken an oath on the Quran to serve the British King Emperor, and I can't betray that. Even though he was a nationalist. I interviewed his daughter when I was researching the book, and he was definitely an Indian nationalist, but he wasn't prepared to do that, to betray his salt. And he, as you might know, became the Director of Supplies and Transport for the Indian Army after partition. Next slide, please. So the rest of them safe in Britain. This photo was taken in Scotland. And 3 more companies came to join them in May 1941. So those 3 companies, the 3rd, 7th, and 42nd Animal Transport Companies, were the only units of the Indian Army ever to be posted to Britain. And they were working in this kind of, this is sort of mountainous area that they were in, like in Cornwall, in Wales, and in Scotland. And they were training for Operation Jupiter. Now, Operation Jupiter you may never have heard of because it didn't happen. It was an idea of Churchill's to attack Norway, the kind of northwest corner of Europe. Churchill wanted to attack the German airfields, which were being used to bomb the British convoys, which were being used to supply the Russians. And so Churchill thought an army assault on these airports would work. And of course, it's very mountainous, it's very snowy, so they would need animal transport. It never happened. It wasn't a good idea. No one else thought it was a good idea. Churchill stuck to it. But by the time, so they spent a number of years training with British divisions in Wales and in Scotland, and then eventually went back to India in January of 1944. Next slide, please. This is another bit of film. Hang on a second. This is from Ashbourne in the centre of England, Derbyshire. This is from the same bit of film, and this shows the visit of the King and Queen. In fact, yeah, hit it. Cut it there, I think. It goes on. Yeah, just cut it there. Thank you. I recommend you go and find it. It's really interesting footage. In the previous shot, it was interesting. You saw the sheep there in the background. So they were slaughtering sheep on a daily basis to eat. There was always a constant supply of sheep being brought in. Great. It's a great film. Recommend it. So, prisoner of war camps. So they were imprisoned in many different places. So some of them were in France. So just to go back to France, where we started the day, and many of them escaped. And there's some great stories which I haven't got time to tell you, but they are there. Next slide, please. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about Epinal. So Epinal is a town in the northeast of France. And there was a camp there which was specifically for Indian soldiers. So in the beginning of 1944, they used this old French barracks and they turned it into a prisoner of war camp. And there were 3,200 Indian soldiers there, all NCOs and other ranks, so no officers, no VCOs. And on the 11th of May 1944, the camp was bombed by the Americans. So this is preparation for D-Day. They were attacking all the railway network, and they bombed the railway station and the junction at Epinal. There was a lot of loss of life. The Americans didn't realize that this prisoner of war camp was just up the hill from the railway junction. The walls were damaged. You can see in the photo some of the damage, and 58 prisoners of war were killed. However, a lot of the prisoners of war thought to themselves, well, what's going on here? You know, we have an opportunity. And so go to next slide, please. So they escaped into the countryside. They were helped by French people, civilians around that part of France. And they, in very large numbers, they got away and they got to neutral Switzerland, which was 60 miles away, 100 kilometers. And 500 of them reached there. So 500 Indian Army soldiers escaped from Epinal, walked at least 100 kilometers, got to Switzerland. This is the single largest prisoner of war escape of the Second World War. The largest. And nobody knows about it. That's what my second book is about. So that's what I'm currently researching, currently trying to find out the stories of some of those 500. And if you've got any ideas about how to find them, then please come and tell me. This park is at the village of Etobon. And amongst those who escaped successfully were 10 from the 22nd Company. Next slide, please. Just a quick mention, I've already mentioned it, but here's Subhas Chandra Bose and the Legion Freies Indien, the Free Indian Legion, became the 950th Regiment of the German Army, posted to Netherlands, then France, and then retreated across France. So there's also another Indian Army, if you like, or at least Indian soldier component in France during the Second World War. Next slide, please. Graves. So we've heard from George about the Commonwealth war graves. There are 16 men from Force K6 buried in France. This photograph is from right up in the northeast corner, Schoenberg. 4 were killed on a train in May 1940. 2 are buried at Epinal. And 1, Gru Mukbar Khan, was killed in the retreat to Dunkirk, buried at Wormhout. And 6 are commemorated at Dunkirk as well. Next slide, please. So just to kind of moving towards the end, why are they forgotten? First, it's worth saying that some historians do remember them, some military people do remember them. The first time I met the wonderful Rana China was in the Imperial War Museum. I was looking at photographs of these guys, and he immediately had an incredible knowledge about these men. So they are remembered in some circumstances, but I think it's a failure of collective memory that they're not remembered. In South Asia, of course, the dominant story is about partition, about independence, and then the Second World War is not seen generally as being a national war. Therefore, it doesn't deserve to be remembered. Interestingly, I interviewed a lot of veterans' families, and often they had an extremely shaky memory, understanding of the war and what their parents had done in it. So that kind of level of knowledge is not widely spread even amongst the families. Next slide, please. However, memory is changing, but I mean, yeah. So let me say also that, I mean, I think that the question of why the Second World War is not remembered so well in here in India, or in South Asia more broadly, also reflects a question to me, why, and to Dominic, why is the war so well remembered in Europe? That's that's the mirror question, if you like, which is an interesting question. But why, and then if it's so well remembered, why are these guys not remembered? So I think they were left out of Christopher Nolan's film, because it wasn't that kind of film. It had, it was an film made by a British director with an Anglo-American audience in mind. I think there's a gap. I think there's a space for a film about these guys. And I would very happily work with any of you who know any good film directors to see if we can make that film together. But the tide is turning. So the museum in Dunkirk itself are planning a special exhibition. And this photograph is a memorial that was opened just a few months ago in Scotland, in Kingussie, where there are 9 of them buried in the Scottish Highlands. So things are changing. Things are changing. Next slide, please. And then there was this interesting BBC series 4 years ago now about the beginning of the Second World War, which featured a scene at Dunkirk, and it featured an Indian soldier. Okay, they gave him the wrong uniform, they gave him an English accent, they put him on the back of a truck with a load of British soldiers, but at least they tried. And that is, next slide, please. Yeah, just to say that this is my next book, due next year. Next year? Good grief, I better get writing, hadn't I? And it's about the Indian Army prisoners of war. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions, please?
The escape from Dunkirk was absolutely fascinating, and all the civilians from came across to evacuate the British Army from Dunkirk. My question is related to the German Army, whereas the German Air Force looks after bombing the people who are trying to evacuate. What happened to the German Army? Why didn't they cut them off?
Yeah, that's a good question. There was the German army these tanks were ordered to stop. There was a notorious order to cease the forward rolling of the tanks. And there's dispute amongst historians about the reason for that. One idea is that they ran out of fuel. Another idea is that they were overstretched. I mean, Guderian, the tank commander, had raced to the sea at an enormous pace and cut off that British army and the French First Army, and they were overstretched. Also, the tank, the area immediately around the town of Dunkirk is a lot of canals, so it's not really tank country. And another argument is that the rearguard action by the British and the French was very well done. So it's an area of dispute. It took a long time. It took a long time for the Germans to actually take the town. Interestingly, at the end of the war, the Dunkirk was one of the places that was still occupied by the Germans right up until the end. They were able to fortify it and keep it going as a little kind of self-contained fort for many months after the main part of the Allied army had passed by. So it's not naturally good attacking territory or good tank territory.
So, is there realization about the role of Indians in the war? Is it now growing in India or South Asia? What do you think, as compared to what it was earlier?
Do you mean here or do you mean in Britain?
Here, Britain, you always had interest. The interest was to be here.
That's an interesting question. I think it is growing. I mean, I think when I started to research the book, and I was looking at Yasmin Khan's book, and then Michael Karnad's book came out, and then Ragaman's book came out. So there's a number of books happening, but to what extent do books really make a big difference to public consciousness? I'm not sure. I mean, it needs a movie. You know, let's persuade someone to make a movie about the Indian Army contribution in the Second World War to make a good movie, and then maybe you'll have a change in public consciousness. But I think it's very slowly moving, I think is the short answer. I think that looks like that's it.
Okay, sorry, can I ask a quick question? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Oh, hi, Guy. This is Sakib, all the way from Scotland. Doesn't matter how many times I hear your presentation, it is just I learn something new and it's fascinating. Just a couple of little points actually. I was watching the Wonder Woman film with my kids a few weeks back, and I noticed they had Indian soldiers in this film, and you know that's set round about World War II, round about that time. So I was really surprised by that. So you know you can see that it is beginning to come into sort of media as well. But just wondered, is there a forces record archive where there is a record of the names of all the men that were part of Force K6 or Rice as they were known then that came to Marseille, or you know that even came to UK. So for example, if you wanted to get in touch with the families of those that have passed away, not just the ones buried in Scotland, as you know, some of them are buried in Wales, you mentioned ones that are buried abroad as well in Europe. Is there a forces record archive, you know, in India or in Pakistan? Because I know you've been there too.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to have to watch the Wonder Woman film firstly. Forces Record Archive, well, it's tricky. I mean, I think some of the people in the room know more about it than I do, but for the last few weeks, I've been trying to find. I mean, in some cases, the regiments do have quite reasonable records. So the Service Corps somewhere have, and I'm looking at you, Brigadier, have some records of men who were, you know, who joined the Second World War. Certainly, I've seen some good records in other regiments and corps. They're not held in the National Archive of India, and they're not. No, I mean, I've pieced together a list of names of Force K6. I haven't got them all, but I've got more than half of them. It's very difficult, Sakib. It's very difficult to find these records and to trace them. And I think that's one of the things that this centre exists for, really, is to enable and to make it easier to find those kind of records.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question. Oh, wow. Still got 5 minutes.
Can I just make another quick point then, since you've got a little bit of time, that it's really important, I guess, to highlight that the contribution of the Indian troops in both World War I and World War II helped the independence movement. Wouldn't you say so?
Yep, absolutely. I would agree with that. I mean, I should say that Sakib is coming from Scotland. So the memorial that I showed you, the photo of the memorial I showed you in Scotland, was very much down to the work of the organisation that she works for in Glasgow. But yes, absolutely. The contribution in terms of you know, helping Europe, as we've heard already earlier in the day, it was massively important, you know, and helping to defeat the forces of fascism. I think that was massively important. I think we had a question here.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Guy, for a very interesting talk. I just want to add a very interesting bit of information, not directly related to the talk that you gave. But since morning, we have been talking of Maharaja Ganga Singh Ji of Bikaner representing in the as the Indian representative in the Treaty of Versailles. You know, prior to that, the actual person who was supposed to be representing India was Sir Pratap Singh of Jodhpur. He was a man who was born in 1845 and died in 1922. And he had taken part in a number of overseas operations, right from Black Mountain Expedition in 1892, Boxer Rebellion, and of course throughout First World War. So when the war came to an end, the First World War, actually on 11th November 1918, Sir Pratap shot off a letter, and I will just read out 6-7 lines of that letter. On 12th November 1918, he writes a letter. I'll just read out the lines, which I have put it in my book, The Story of the Jaipur Lancers.
Go on, we're waiting. We're waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, yeah. On 12th November 1918, after the armistice, Sir Pratap wrote a letter from Jodhpur to Colonel Clive Wigram, the Assistant Military Secretary to the King, expressing the hope that he might be chosen as a representative of India to participate in the peace conference. He wrote, I am glad to inform you that the Jodhpur Lancers played their part remarkably well in the Palestine campaign, where the Turkish line was first broken. I was with my cavalry for 3 days and nights on our horses, but in the subsequent charge at Haifa, which has brightened the pages of our history, I am sorry to say that fever prevented me from taking part in it. The dashing charge of our cavalry was splendid and worthy of the Rathors. Major Dalpat Singh fell gallantly at the head of this cavalry on this memorable cavalry charge. To me, it was highly gratifying and no more less elating. And the last he writes, of all the soldier princes of India, I think I was the only soldier who is stuck to his post at the front throughout the war. He remained almost for 4 years throughout the war. And I hope it would be nothing but a fitting and gracious recognition of my loyal and humble services if I were to be honored by being invited to partake in this august assembly. Now, it's very interesting that a day after the armistice was signed, he writes that he should be chosen to take part as the Indian representative. And finally, this file is in the National Archives. The file goes up and down. And because of the two reasons, Pratap was not given the honor to be the signatory of the Indian representative. One was his advanced age. He was almost 76 years that time. And his linguistic disabilities, like Maharaja Ganga Singh Ji was very fluent in English written and verbal both. And Sir Pratap, of course, couldn't speak English and all that. So I thought I'll just add to that bit that perhaps it should have been Sir Pratap Singh Ji of Jodhpur instead of Maharaja Ganga Singh Ji. But maybe whatever it was Maharaja Ganga Singh Ji who represented India.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution, reminding us really of this kind of ongoing connection between South Asia and Europe, and specifically France as well. Very strong connection with France. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could all please be patient for 5 minutes, the CDS is just about to arrive. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of the Defense Staff, please rise.
What's up?
Please be seated. May I now request the Director General USI to please introduce our chief guest, Chief of Defense Staff of the Indian Armed Forces. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UISM, AVSM, SM, VSM, the Chief of Defense Staff of the Indian Armed Forces. At the outset, on behalf of the USI Council, and we have Air Marshal Mishra, who is the chairman of the Executive Committee, I extend a very warm welcome to you. And I'm thankful that despite your very hectic schedule, you've been able to make it convenient to be here with us, particularly when you already visited the USI premises in the morning to deliver a keynote address in the other seminar on space. Generally, CDS need not be introduced because the mere fact that he's Chief of Defense Staff of this country exemplifies his professional stature. But I would very briefly say that he's one of the most outstanding journals that Indian Army has produced. He's visionary in every respect and a soldier to the core. And I had the privilege of knowing him for last 1 decade or more. Beside a whole lot of other assignments that we do, he has 2 foreign assignments to his credit. One is in the Indian military training team in Bhutan, and then a stint with the United Nations. Subsequently, he was the Director General of Military Operations at the Army headquarters, and that too at a time when a lot was happening. In fact, that was the era when India actually transformed from the so-called strategic passivity to strategic assertion. And we see the results now that we are far more confident and far more a sort of a aspiring and assertive nation as far as our national interests are concerned. He's also been the theater commander in the Eastern Command, which is the largest army in terms of geographical spread. About 7 Indian states come under his operational jurisdiction and borders with about another 5 countries in the neighborhood. So that's the complexity of command. And subsequently, of course, he has been a military advisor at the National Security Council Secretary, which is again a hand-picked appointment. And the mere fact that after his superannuation, he was picked up to be the second Chief of Defense Staff speaks volumes about his professional credentials and his professional stature. So without further ado, I would now request the Chief of Defense Staff to deliver his valedictory address.
Thank you, sir. General A.K. Singh, former Lieutenant Governor, Andaman and Nicobar, B.K. Sharma, Director General of USI, China, distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin with a few verses of a poem written by Rudyard Kipling, who spent a lot of time actually in India, and much of his literary work is inspired from his stay here. I'll read it out. God and soldier we adore in times of war and not before. But in times of peace and all things righted, God is forgotten and the soldier slighted. I am so glad that you all people have assembled here in times of this peace to remember soldiers who've done well. Indian soldiers who've done well for their country, for humanity during World War I and World War II. This particular event has brought about soldiers, diplomats, scholars, and youth together to prove in some manner that Kipling was slightly wrong, actually. So it's in present era, the society, I think, is sensitive and alive to the contribution of soldiers. And today's event actually is a testimony to that. I would like to compliment USI and ICWA, both institutions of national importance and historic significance, for hosting this joint international conference on the diplomatic dimensions of military history, Indian Armed Forces in France and Flanders during World War I and World War II. Well, I wasn't present throughout the day's deliberations, but I did go about the write-up actually, which General B.K. Sharma had forwarded to me. We all know that India joined World War I as part of the British Empire on 30th of September 1915. When the first batch of 24,000 soldiers arrived in Marseilles, they were received with joyous cries of "Vivant the Hindus, long live the Indians." The battles of Ypres, Festubé, Givenchy, Neuve-Chapelle, and Dunkirk in World War II are an integral part of India's military history and contribution to the world wars. Poorly equipped and unfamiliar with the land, from home, facing a superior military force and enduring new horrors like chemical warfare, Indian troops managed not only to hold their lines, but also their reputation. In October 14, they managed to recapture the town of Neuve-Chapelle, which the British had just lost earlier. During World War I, more than 1 million Indian soldiers served overseas, out of which almost 138,000 had traveled to Europe. Queen Alexandria's Imperial Nursing Service had its origin in the Indian Army. The initial 300 nurses from India had risen to more than 1 lakh by the end of the war and served in Flanders, Mediterranean, Balkans, the Middle East, onboard hospital ships, and wherever you could imagine. By the end of World War I, over 74,000 soldiers had laid down their lives in battle, and many more were wounded. In a seminal poem, The Gift of India, Sarojini Naidu, a renowned Indian poet actually, had described this In a poem, Sons of Mustaken Womb, she described the sacrifices in the poem, and I just quote the first few lines. They lie with pale burrows and brave, broken hands. They are strewn like blossoms moved down by chance, on the blood-brown meadows of Flanders and France. Prior to December 1911, Indian soldiers were not eligible for award of Victoria Cross. On 7 December 14, the London Gazette published the award of Victoria Cross to Subdar Khudad Khan and Naik Darban Singh Negi for the gallant action in Belgium and France respectively. By the end of World War I, the Indian Army had earned more than 9,200 decorations of gallantry, including 17 Victoria Crosses, of which 11 were Indians. The military contribution of India to the Allied war effort was recognized, as India was included in the Imperial War Cabinet, even though it was not a dominion. On the political front, India was part of Empire's delegation to Paris Peace Conference in 1919. India thereby obtained the right to sign the Treaty of Versailles and became a founding member of the League of Nations. However, the political ambitions of gaining a dominant status remained unfulfilled, which led to further struggles in India. The veterans who returned home from World War I brought along with them their experiences of what happened in Europe. Their participation in the war in Europe and exposure to European culture and civilization proved that all men are equal and kindled the desire for independence actually amongst the Indians. It galvanized the struggle for freedom. And if you recall, Mahatma Gandhi at that particular moment, having participated in the Boer War as a nursing orderly, had just returned to India. And from there, he launched his first Satyagraha movement at Champaran, 1970s. So it was not only in Europe, but even after the Boer War, people had come back home and then they'd seen that everything is equal actually, and Indian could hold their ground anywhere. As far as World War II is concerned, this means the whole of Europe was unprepared, and so were the Indian Army. And they were short of modern weapons and equipment. There was a force K6 constituting 4 mule companies that were first to join the British Expeditionary Force in France in December 1939. They continued to serve at Le Havre, Dieppe, and Le Mans and Arras till the time it was evacuated in 1940 from Dunkirk, which was incidentally missed by Christopher Nolan in his historic epic Dunkirk. Must have been covered by you, Doctor, today. Deployment of Force K6 opened the probable floodgates, and a number rose to over 2.5 million soldiers by August 1945, making it the largest volunteer army in the history. The Indian Army served in divisions of infantry, armor, and a fledgling airborne force. Besides fighting in France and Italy, they fought in Ethiopia, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Iraq, Persia, Burma, and Singapore. The Americans also haven't done it today. So the Second World War witnessed hardening of political postures, culminating in the demand for complete independence in India. Indian political parties refused to support the war effort on the ground that it was the imperial war in which India was not involved. So by the time World War II was there, things had changed. Things had changed right after World War I. They had started changing, but now politically they were openly saying so. Mahatma Gandhi went a step further with his philosophy of non-violence, declared that he would counter a Japanese invasion to India only by non-violent means. After the war, India succeeded in gaining independence in 1947, and the performance of our troops in World War established beyond doubt that our abilities to defend ourselves and to be a force for good in world affairs. As an independent nation, we chose to follow an independent foreign policy that stood for struggle against colonial oppression and the desire to establish a stable multipolar global order. India has been among the largest troop contributors to United Nations peacekeeping operations and continues to serve under the UN flag in faraway lands till today. Besides exploring the historical dimensions of the two wars, I think it would be worthwhile for us scholars over here to also think as to what was the source of motivation of the soldiers to fight under a different flag in different kind of countries everywhere, and yet what kind of was the driving force behind them. In my view, it was the military ethos based on honor and the dignity of a professional soldier. This shaped their self-perception and behavior abroad, building an image of discipline and responsibility. The exemplary demeanor of Indian soldiers in both the world wars and thereafter, or on a far-off battlefields, had been unparalleled. Plunder and loot were never the motives of Indian soldiers when they were abroad, actually. And the only thing which had motivated them, which we call, were the three signs, actually: Naam, Namak, and Nishan. Naam is the honor, the name, actually, of the regiment which they belong to, the army and the country. Namak is salt, the loyalty, the oath which they took when they joined the Indian army. In Hindi, actually, what do they say, sir? Ke namak harami nahi karenge, namak halali. Disloyal. You've got to be disloyal, cannot be disloyal to the salt which you've taken. And Nishan, upholding the regimental's honor, regimental flag. So today's conference has provided a platform and an opportunity to commemorate the military and diplomatic significance of the contribution of Indian soldiers in the world wars. This has not only highlighted India's contribution to these wars, but brought out how soldiers from different parts of the world with different cultures but shared values became friends and comrades for a great cause. I am extremely delighted to note the presence of teachers and school children from France in the audience today. Mr. Jerome and Louis, the efforts of your students under your guidance towards celebrating the life, valor, and unflinching bravery of soldiers through exhibitions is commendable and will go a long way in curating historical perspectives for the generations to come. See, today's youth involved in learning history further affirms my belief that future is brighter and secure in the hand of this new generation. To conclude, I would like to reiterate my belief that military and diplomacy actually are two inseparable instruments of state power. Though on the face of it, they may look to work differently, but say because military is traditionally associated with conflict to achieve political aims, and whereas diplomacy actually tries to avoid conflict to achieve similar kind of diplomatic aims. Today's day is significant for the military for furthering the cause of diplomacy, besides building relationships and understanding between people. I'll once again like to compliment the USI and ICWA for meticulously weaving the tapestry and bringing to fore different dimensions of the both world wars by inviting highly accomplished speakers to generate great interest and attention from the audience. I express my thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity and honor to share my views. I would also like to salute the Indian soldier who carried out and continues to do his duty loyally, effectively, and magnificently to this day. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Chauhan, for those very thoughtful and inspiring remarks. And now I request Shafali to take us through the proceedings.
May I please request Squadron Leader China to please deliver the vote of thanks.
General Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It now actually remains for me to deliver this vote of thanks and express not just my gratitude, thank you, not just my gratitude to all the speakers who have presented such thought-provoking papers today, but also to all of you who spared so much time to be here with us to listen to all of these presentations on a very, very interesting and, to my mind, vital subject. I look after a Center for Military History, and one of the things which we normally hear in this country, purely in our context, is that the events that happened prior to our independence are not a part of our history. But this conference actually actively disproves that, because it was India's presence on the global stage, the presence that we enjoy today, the prestige that we enjoy today. A large part of that is predicated on the blood that was shed by Indian soldiers on the battlefields of the First and the Second World War. It is that discipline, it is that valor, that sacrifice, that they have made to the establishing of a new world order that has been brought out today in myriad ways. I mean, we've had diplomats, we've had historians, we have had people who work in commemorative aspects. They've all helped us to shape our understanding of how this was brought about. And I think that's very important because normally when we talk of military history, we talk only in terms of the campaigns or the battles that are fought. But war, politics, diplomacy are inextricably entwined. And I think most importantly, one of the key ingredients that, as far as this conference is concerned, is the fact that we are able to engage with a younger generation, and particularly younger generation children in Europe, for whom it serves a dual purpose. It helps to remind them, A, of the fact that Indian soldiers fought and died for their freedom. It also drives home the fact that there is a certain futility about war, which is something we always try to underscore and underline. When we talk about war, we are not glorifying it, but we are saying that by all means, we should exercise all means to ensure that these conflicts, these wars do not happen in the future. So, sir, with your permission, I would like to thank once again you for having spared your extremely valuable time. And as the DG pointed out, this is the second time that you're coming here today. We are extremely grateful to you for that. I'd also like to thank our Director General, Major General B.K. Sharma, for his unstinting support. Every step of the way, we couldn't do what we do without his assistance and his support. We'd also like to thank Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, the DG of the Indian Council of World Affairs, who teamed up with us and actually made this conference possible. To Dr. Dominique Dendoven, to Dr. Guy Bowman, and to Monsieur Louis Tessedou and your students who've come all the way from France to be a part of these proceedings, and have actually literally been the cherry on top of the cake. So once again, I would like to thank all of you, and Shefali, over to you.
May I now request the Director General USI, Major General B.K. Sharma, to please give a token of our appreciation to the CDS, General Alit Chauhan.
You've done this?
Yeah.
We did one on China, not on this Gallipoli also done last year.
May I request our Chief Guest, General Alit Chauhan, to please present our speakers with a token of our appreciation, Dr. Dominique Dendoven.
Go forward.
Mr. Louis. Dr. Guy Bowman. Mr. Arnold Papillon. So may I now request you to please present the French students with a token of our appreciation.
everybody please, so that you entertain.
Some of you can come from the back, come this side.
We can come from the back. No, not everybody. I'm going to front from that side.
Sir, the teacher. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. May I please request the speakers and the students to please follow us downstairs for a photograph with the CDS.
Yeah.